Everyone hear me? Can everyone thumbs up, please? Can everyone hear me? Yes, lovely. Lovely. Mr. O'Carroll can hear me. Carol Anderson, can you hear me at all? I wonder if it's a volume. Can you hear me now, Mrs. Anderson? Mr. O'Carroll, are you able to contact Ms. Carol Anderson and just perhaps it might be a volume issue on her?
Yes, I am able to. I'm able to contact her. I'll send her a message.
Thank you. Yes, it might be that she's just trying to sort that out just now. I'll just pause for a moment and just
maybe even
sorry,
log off and join the call again. That might help as well.
It might be then, yes, Mr. O'Carroll, she needs to come back in. So we'll just pause a moment and let you sort that out for a second.
I will just send her that message.
Yes, and we'll also wait just a moment to see whether Mrs. Pratt from West Kentucky Community Council is trying to join us as well.
Yes, I've just received a message from Carol Anderson saying she hasn't got sound. She's going to tune out and tune back in again. I see that I've also gone to a very informal nomenclature as well for myself. I'm back to being plain old Mo as opposed to Mr. O'Carroll. That's because I used a link directly from the source provided by DPEA, which seems to favor an informal naming of people. I'm not sure if that's possible to change it at all to my full name, or if that's just something I'm stuck with for the day.
I'm not sure that I know the answer to that.
It's not the biggest thing that we're dealing with, however, today. So let's just see if we can get Carol in.
Fair enough. And I see that Mrs. Pratt has been able to join us. Good morning, Mrs. Pratt. Can you hear me?
Well, certainly.
I think you might be on mute. I think we heard you a moment and then I can't hear you just now, and I can see that you're speaking. Mrs. Pratt might just be coming back. Ah, there's Mrs. Pratt. There's Carol Anderson. Ms. Anderson, can you hear me now? Lovely.
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't before, but yes, I've solved that.
Okay, thank you. And Mrs. Pratt, are you able to? Oh, I think that was Mrs. Pratt that I could hear speaking. Can you hear me, Mrs. Pratt? We can't hear you. I wonder if it's your mic. I think I heard you there when you unplugged it, so it might be that you're.
Right, try that one.
Ah, there. I can hear you.
Is that better? I've had to grab an old laptop. I'm very, very apologies.
No, that's quite all right.
My
okay.
computer's gone down.
No problems. Well, we can hear and see you, so that is the main thing. Okay. So good. I think we've established now that everyone can hear me, so that's good news. So it's just after 9:30 on Wednesday, the 1st of December 2021. Today we'll continue with the public inquiry into the application by Scottish Power Renewables Limited for the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development on land covering the Achglas and Gartnagranach estates in Kintyre under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, DPA reference WIN-130-5. My name is Nick Smith, and joining me is Karen Haywood. We're both reporters working for Scottish Government's Planning Environmental Appeals Division, DPA. We've been appointed by Scottish ministers to prepare a report and recommendations for them about whether the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development should be approved or not. During the course of today, we'll look to take 5-minute breaks about every hour or so using natural breaks in proceedings. That's what we've been doing thus far, just to give everyone a screen break. We'll try and break for lunch about 1 p.m. until 2 for lunch. We've been hoping to finish around 4 p.m. each day. We do have some flexibility on this, and we'll be taking soundings during the day to see where people think they are. We can go past 4 p.m. if necessary. Provided I think that there's a reasonable prospect of concluding before 5 if we do that. If there isn't a reasonable prospect of concluding before 5, I think we'll stop at 4 and we'll look to continue in the overrun session tomorrow, but we'll take soundings during the day, as I've mentioned. I made a number of remarks when I opened the inquiry, and I don't intend to reiterate those. Safe to say they still apply, but I do need to remind participants of the following. As you all know by now, please mute your mics when you aren't speaking, and remember to switch them on when you are. Obviously, this helps to reduce feedback. It's probably helpful for all parties who are directly participating to have their cameras on and mics off. Witnesses should keep their cameras on throughout the period of time when they're giving evidence. If you need to attract my attention during the proceedings, then please raise your hand, and all matters should be raised through me in the first instance. As we've mentioned before, it is acceptable to have other communications devices with you, including to look at documents, but please keep them to silent. Please can I remind all parties to be courteous and respectful to one another. As we mentioned before, you may hear things that people say that you don't agree with, but we need to hear all the points of view in order to report these properly and fully to Scottish ministers. Is anybody expecting a test of their fire alarms today? No. We are at 10 AM. DPA's fire alarm will be tested. It lasts about 30 seconds. So wherever we are in the proceedings, I may well interject at that point and just pause us for a moment while we hear the alarm test here, and then we should be able to carry on. If any parties are taken ill during the proceedings, we'll pause to make sure the necessary medical attention is sought, and we may need to adjourn and reconvene later, and we'll discuss these matters as soon as possible with parties should they arise. I realise we've tested the mics, but I just wanted to give everybody a chance to introduce themselves formally and make sure that everyone can hear everybody. So I'll invite firstly Mr. Innes to introduce himself for the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Innes.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Colin Innes. I'm a partner in the law firm of Shepherd Wedderburn and appear at this inquiry on behalf of the applicant, Scottish Power Renewables.
Thank you. Mr. O'Carroll, if you can please introduce yourself and your witness for us.
Morning, sir. I'm Maurice O'Carroll. I'm a member of the Scottish Bar, representing Argyll and Bute Council. I have one witness today who's giving evidence in this later session. Her name is Carol Anderson. Carol Anderson obtained her professional qualification in 1986 in landscape architecture, and she's a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. She has extensive experience working for local authorities, the Forestry Commission, and in private practice before setting up her own consultancy in 2001. She has particular expertise in landscape character assessment and in landscape sensitivity and capacity assessment, and she was the author of both versions of the Argyll and Bute Landscape Wind Energy Capacity Study.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Pratt for West Kintyre Community Council, please, if you can just introduce yourself.
Good morning, I'm Margaret Pratt. I'm the convener of West Kintyre Community Council, and I represent the views of the local community surrounding the development.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, well, today we will be continuing inquiry session 1, covering landscape and visual, including cumulative effects, where we'll hear from the council's landscape witness, as has just been noted. In a moment, I will invite Mr. O'Carroll to begin the evidence in chief. Then Mr. Innes, for the applicant, will carry out his cross-examination. Mrs. Pratt for West Kintyre Community Council will have a chance to ask any points of clarification. If the reporters have questions at that point, then we will ask them, and then Mr. O'Carroll will re-examine the witness. Before we begin, has anybody got any queries for me? No? Okay.
Yes, sir. It was just
yes.
unmuting before I could answer that question.
Yes, Mr. O'Carroll.
I've received confirmation from your office that the short list of documents that I'll be referring to today in Carol Anderson's evidence in chief have been passed on to you.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. I don't appear to have received an equivalent list from Mr. Innes, and I believe that to be his normal practice, and I wondered whether that has been produced.
Mr. Innes?
It's on its way soon. We're just finalising the list, and I will do so as soon as it's ready. I worked on it last night with a few additional points that I want to raise that I've been working through with the team this morning, so I will send it as soon as it's available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Thank you, sir. I expect it might be helpful once that list comes through and at the end of my evidence in chief that we have a short break so that I can bring up the initial batch of those documents so that they're readily to hand. But we can obviously cover that when we come to it. I ought to have said, sir, when I was introducing my witness, I ought to have invited her to also introduce herself just to make sure that her mic is working. I wonder if I could actually ask her to do that now, just introduce herself just by name.
Yeah, yes, please do.
Hello, I'm Carol Anderson and I'm appearing on behalf of the council. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear, thank you very much.
That's good.
Okay,
Thank you,
good
sir.
stuff. Right, well, if there's no additional points, then I'll pass straight over to Mr. O'Carroll to begin evidence in chief. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Anderson, you have produced for this inquiry an inquiry report, which is document CD 10.7. Can you confirm you have that to hand, please?
Yes, I do.
And also you have produced a precognition, which is core document 10.12.
Mhm.
You weren't present at the session last week, on Monday last week, when I cross-examined Kelly Anderson. However, I understand you have had both the opportunity and the fortitude to watch the recording of that since then. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, and as a result of matters that have been raised since then in the course of that evidence, and also evidence that you also heard evidence with regard to the cultural heritage session dealing with Dunskeag. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Well, in that event, I have some supplementary questions for you, if you could assist us, please. And I'd like to begin, if I may, by going to Kelly Anderson's precognition, if you have that in front of you. That is document CD 10.11.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. Now, I would like to direct you to paragraph 2.2.2 of that. And you'll recollect discussions about the location of the forest moor mosaic landscape character type was a matter that I discussed with her by reference to the character type map. And in particular then, in relation to what she stated here in her precognition, which is, however, the proposed development is located 1 kilometre inside the upland forest moor mosaic LCT, which is similar to both Freesdale and Escart. And I would like to ask you, do you have any comment in relation to that?
Yes, I do. I think it's difficult to actually make a comparison between the Sheirdrim proposal and Freesdale and Escart in relation to their location and position within that upland landscape character type. They are seen in different contexts, and that is what makes it difficult to compare. The other aspect to that is that the Sheirdrim turbines are significantly larger than the turbines in both those developments. So they're seen in a different context, and also the size is different. So it's not as simple as just considering on a plan the distance is 1 kilometre from the edge. And I think to take that a bit further, that point, Kelly, in her cross-examination on Monday, the 22nd of November, she acknowledged that there was a gap in the containment in an area, those were her words, a gap in containment, in an area where viewpoints 2, 6 and 8 are located. That's in the Clachan and Dunskeag area. This gap in containment is not mentioned in the design rationale in the EIA, including on the design analysis plan, which Mr. O'Carroll, you did cross-examine Kelly on. That is CD 1.3.24. It's also not addressed in the commentary, I consider, in Kelly's inquiry report on design matters. That's paragraph 7.2 of her inquiry report. I do feel it's rather glossed over with the evidence of the applicant seeming to suggest that the proposal is largely screened by localised landform and vegetation, as evident in paragraphs 7.26 and 7.2.7 of Kelly's inquiry report. In my view, the combination of turbine size and position, the degree of setback from the coastal edge and the outer edge of the uplands, together with the degree of screening or containment that may be offered by intervening landform and vegetation, they're all important factors in influencing landscape and visual effects on adjacent, more sensitive loch fringes in the West Loch Tarbert area. And I would just comment that in this way, the position of Freesdale wind farm, which is set behind a low ridge when seen from the West Loch Tarbert area, with the basis of the turbines screened, together with a smaller size of those turbines and their position on a lower part of the skyline, seen in views from the loch, reduces effects when compared with the Sheirdrim proposal. There are instances where views to Freesdale are more open, and this is principally from the B8001. But where these views are open, i.e. there is a similar sort of gap in containment, if you like, that particular proposal, the Freesdale proposal, is seen in the context of a larger scale and simpler sort of upland landscape from that route within that sort of slight valley in there. And that reduces its effect when compared with the effects of Sheirdrim seen, for example, from viewpoints 6 and 8 in the Clachan-Dunskeag area. I'd also comment that Escart does not significantly affect the West Loch Tarbert area.
Thank you for that. There's another matter, again, that was a subject of cross-examination that I'd like to ask your comment upon, please. If I could go to Miss Anderson, the other Miss Anderson's, Kelly Anderson's precognition again, please, if you could have that before you at this time of paragraph 225. And the matter raised there in the second half of that paragraph says that the strategic cumulative pattern of wind energy development on the Kintyre Peninsula of a landscape with wind farms would remain intact, and this does not appear to be disputed by the council. And if I remember, well, I've made a note as well at the time that there was questioning and evidence of Kelly Anderson with regard to what was discussed as being a threshold for a wind farm dominated landscape. Now, if it might perhaps assist you if you also had paragraph 4.1 of your own precognition before you. Which is 10.12. And I wonder then if you, with that in front of you, I wonder if you could provide comment with regard to this particular issue of dominance.
There's no definitive, well, there's no definition of what constitutes a wind farm landscape, I consider that it is a situation where wind farms comprise the dominant feature of the landscape, such that underlying landscape, landform, vegetation pattern, etc., are subservient features. So wind farms are the dominant characteristic. I think it's fair to say that within the Kintyre uplands, which is an extensive area, that if you viewed on the pattern of existing and consented wind farms throughout the Kintyre uplands on a map, you would see that there are very many gaps, wide gaps between clusters of development. And you would assume that really the pattern is one where it is a landscape with wind farms, not dominated by wind farms. And that is largely borne out when you're traveling on the east and west coasts and to the southern part of the Kintyre Peninsula. What I would say in terms of the Sheirdrim proposal is that it's located in the northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula, and it effectively merges the consented Escart and the operational Freesdale wind farms into a larger grouping. Now, there are larger groupings of wind turbines now within the Kintyre Peninsula. For example, the Benaturk development, which is further south. But my point made in 4.1 of my precognition is that it does depend on where you're viewing the Kintyre uplands from as to what the impression might be in terms of the domination of wind farm development. And it is my view that from the West Loch Tarbert area in particular, and from the B8001, that merging of developments that would be caused by Sheirdrim would lead to an impression of the uplands, that upland edge being dominated by wind farm development, and that would change its character to a wind farm landscape, in my view.
Thank you. Moving on to another matter, as I alluded to earlier, you viewed the cross-examination of Mr. Lewis by Mr. Innes on Thursday of last week, and during the course of that questioning session, your own inquiry report was discussed. Do you recollect that evidence?
Yes, I do, yes.
And I think in particular there was, put matters in context, it was discussed what you had stated to the local, as I understood it, the matters related to what you had said to Argyll and Bute Council, and compared with what you had stated within your inquiry report. I think in order just to give us the full context of that, it might be helpful to have production CD 02.1.7 before you. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the inquiry what it is, please?
It's a landscape and visual review I undertook of Sheirdrim wind farm proposal for Argyll and Bute Council.
And the date of that?
It's dated February 2020.
Now, what did you understand to be the gravamen or the substance of what was said about your own evidence with regard to views towards Dunskeg from the Isle of Ferry route?
Well, I understood from Mr. Innes' cross-examination of Mr. Lewis that there was a degree of criticism about the additional detail in my inquiry report compared with the landscape and visual review I undertook of the Sheirdrim wind farm proposal in February 2020. And I think it would be useful for the reporters to have a bit of background on how I undertook that landscape and visual review, and about the whole process of producing evidence for an inquiry in my experience. So first of all, I should say that the landscape and visual review of Sheirdrim was undertaken, was prepared and is dated February 2020. I did the site work in late January, but I did not take the Isle of Ferry on that occasion because it was cancelled due to weather conditions on the day I was there, or the days I was there. I have in the past taken the Isle of Ferry and particularly have taken it in terms of a work reason, specifically in 2017 when I was updating the wind energy landscape capacity study for Argyll and Bute. And in that context, I was looking at more general views towards the Kintyre Peninsula and the pattern, or the emerging pattern, of wind farm development on the peninsula. I did take the Isle of Ferry again prior to the inquiry as part of the more detailed fieldwork undertaken in informing and preparing my written evidence for this inquiry. I understood from Mr. Innes's cross-examination that there was some concern that mention of Dunskeg was not made in my landscape and visual review of February 2020, but it made an appearance in my inquiry report. I don't see this as being unusual. It's common practice amongst landscape witnesses at appeals to provide further detail in their inquiry report. My landscape and visual review for the council, that's CD 021.1.7, clearly notes that significant adverse effects would arise from the ferry. And I had extrapolated this, my field work on both sides of West Loch Tarbert, using the visualizations that were provided in the EIA. I see this as being no different to the additional detail that Kelly has included in her inquiry report when compared with the landscape and visual impact assessment. And I will give the reporters an example of this. For example, paragraph 194 within the landscape and visual impact assessment. Sorry, I need to just check the CD number of that. Maybe Mr. O'Carroll, you can help me out. Can you give me the CD number of the landscape and visual impact assessment, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, just while that's happening, our fire alarm is being tested at the moment, so we're just going to pause a moment and let that happen, and I'll speak in a moment.
CD 1.2.8. Did you get that, Carol?
I did get that. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Are we pausing now, or are we?
Yeah, we are. I was just giving you
Okay,
the
right.
details.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you for your patience. Thankfully, it has now stopped. So
That was quick.
We can stay seated where we are. Well, we were slightly nervous for a moment that it was going to keep going. My apologies for the pause, and please continue where you were. I believe you were looking up a CD reference, and I might have overheard it when the alarm was going off. Was it CD 1.2.8 that you
That is it, sir, yes.
Which is the LVIA chapter of the EIA report?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and it was paragraph 194 of that, is that correct?
194. And what I was explaining was that often prior to inquiries, a lot more detail is provided in inquiry reports. And I was using an example of the LVIA paragraph 194, which gives a very brief assessment of effects on the Loughranza to Clonaic ferry route. And if you compare that with Kelly's inquiry report at 11.4.13 to 11.4.20, those paragraphs, it's a considerably more expanded assessment. I've been involved in a number of appeals where the LVIA submitted with the application has been substantially reviewed and rewritten and the findings revised just prior to the inquiry. This is not the case here. My landscape and visual appraisal of the proposal in February 2020 presents no difference between the conclusions on the significant effects. I said there would be significant effects from the ferry route in that appraisal. I have detailed the nature of those effects in my inquiry report. The reporters will also see from my inquiry report that additional detail is also set out, not just from views from the Isle of Ferry, but from other viewpoints.
Thank you. I wonder if I could then move on to a point of clarification, Ms. Anderson. And if I could take you to your report, CD 10.7, and I'd like to go to Annex C of that. And it follows on from what you were talking about. You were discussing just a short while ago ferry routes. And what I'd like to do is to take you to, in fact, if one goes to your inquiry report, it's actually the second last page of it. And the second last page is part of and the end of Annex C to your report, which provides in tabulated form the key topic, the environmental statement, LVIA statement of it, and the Argyll and Bute Council appraisal. Now, if I have a hard copy version, and so I'm saying the second last page, but that would work electronically as well, I'm sure, but I can't give you a page number for that. But I wonder if you would be able to confirm to me that you have that. It's the particular part of the box I'm looking at has at the top the B8024, former NCR 78, then Kintyre Way, and then Isle of Ferry.
Yes, and it's really the Isle of Ferry box, as it were, or row that I'd like to focus on.
If you could just pause there a moment, I just want to make sure the reporters have that as well. Ms. Hayward has Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just looking. So it's the bit that begins with the B8001 in the.
Well, that's the part of the box, yes, and you'll see at the foot of the page is effects on visual receptor groups. But the part that we're concerned with, sir, is the third entry on that page, which starts on the left-hand column, Isle of Ferry, that being the particular key topic.
Thank you.
Do you have that now, sir?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, then you have then a comment on the right-hand column of that, starting with I agree. And you, I think, wish to make a clarification with regard to the 10-kilometre distance referred to there. Could you tell us what your clarification is, please?
Yes, I think this relates to Mr. Innes's cross-examination of Mr. Lewis last week. And there seemed to be some confusion over precisely what my comment in the far right box was referring to. And I agree, it could have been expressed more clearly. The 10-kilometre noted relates to the approximate distance travelled on the ferry between points B and C to near Kennecraig. It's not the distance from the wind farm. I think that had been discussed in the cross-examination. So it's this particular part of Annex C in the table relates to key routes, and it's common practice to consider the length of the route. For example, with a road, you would consider how over what length of the road there would be significant effects, for example, and this is just relating to the route of the ferry itself.
Thank you. Moving on to another matter, and if I could ask you please to go back to Kelly Anderson's recognition, which takes us back to core document 10.11. And if you go to paragraph 2.3.3 of that, please. And the part that I would like to ask you about within that paragraph is, it's about 2/3 of the way down into that, you'll see a reference to core document 01.9.1. And we might need to go to that if you wish. But it says Dunskeag becomes just one of the undulating coastal hills along this part of the coast and is not such a notable landscape feature. Now, if you wish, we can certainly go to the routes referred to there. But first of all, I just wanted to check to see if you had any comment on that first.
Well, I would disagree with that assessment of Dunskeag being just one of the undulating coastal hills from that point, which is close to the mouth of West Loch Tarbert. If you go on the ferry route and you see it in person, of course, you can never match the clarity of seeing seen in person with a photograph. But I would advise the reporters, I suspect they will go on the ferry and will see it for themselves, or have probably also already been on the ferry. But if you zoom in on the photograph, which accompanies the wire line for point C in CD 01.9.1, you can see that it does form, Dunskeag does form a distinctive hill. It's not just one of a number of similar hills seen along the edge of the Kintyre Peninsula. It is more singular than that, I would say.
Well, would it be of assistance for the reporters to have a look at that document now, Ms. Anderson?
It could be, but I think if they've been on the ferry or intending to go on the ferry, I think they'll see it with more clarity.
Okay. I won't take up time with that. Now, again, another matter to pick up. I'd like to ask you about viewpoint 9 near the B8042 overlooking Stornoway Bay. Now, this is again, to try and put this into some kind of context. I could ask you to have your inquiry report in front of you at page 14. And at page 14, you're dealing with views from B8024 and associated settlement in South Knapdale. That's really simply by way of context to focus this part of your evidence. Now, the matter that came up was part of Kelly Anderson's evidence in chief, stating that with regard to this particular viewpoint, it's not accessible from road and that no one goes to that viewpoint. And I wondered if you had any comment on that.
Yes, I do agree with Kelly that it's not readily visible from the road because of the vegetation that intervenes. And it's also not a promoted viewpoint. I do accept that. However, it is of increased value because it lies within the APQ. And it's also not correct to say, as Kelly did, that no one goes there. As I've observed people in that area, there's a little point that you can walk onto. And certainly it seems pretty well trammeled to me. And I've visited it myself, and I've been cycling in that area. You do see it more when you're on a bike. And I think it has a particular attraction, that view. It's very scenic, has a rare sandy beach. You don't get too many sandy beaches in the Knapdale area. And the waters of the bay are particularly attractive. And I've described that on page 14 of my inquiry report.
Thank you. Then moving on to another matter that arose as part of Kelly Anderson's evidence in chief on Monday of last week. There was discussion of Kilbrannan Sound, and I wondered if you could recollect what she said about the effects on that, and could you tell us please what your own views are?
I think in terms of Kilbrannan Sound, the effects from Kilbrannan Sound, I think we are largely consistent in our findings on the magnitude of change, although Kelly uses a different methodology than I do, which she explained in her evidence in chief. But they're largely compatible in terms of a moderate or a medium degree of change, magnitude of change from Kilbrannan Sound. The difference is that with the methodology that's used in the LVIA, a moderate magnitude of change can be either considered to be significant or not, or non-significant, depending on the view of the assessor taking in other factors. I don't use that methodology. I don't adopt that, and I consider that in terms of the views from the Kilbrannan Sound, I consider them to be significant, whereas Kelly does not. The LVIA doesn't consider a representative view from the ferry. So there's no sort of representative viewpoint from the ferry itself. There is viewpoint 12, but that is land-based, and it's quite distant because it's based in Lochranza on Arran. The ferry is, however, considered, the ferry across the Kilbrannan Sound is considered as part of key route and that's described, the effects are described in paragraph 194 of the LVIA, which we discussed a bit earlier. I think there's minimal analysis in that paragraph 194 provided to justify the findings, in my opinion. My conclusion that effects would be significant from this route are largely based on the openness of views from the sound, the extent of visibility that's possible, because there's no intervening screening until you get very close to land. The increased prominence of the taller, significantly taller and more elevated Sheirdrim turbines in these views. If the proposal had been located so it intruded directly on views to the North Arran Mountains, or if it introduced new visibility of wind farm development, i.e. if the baseline were that there were no wind farms in existence, and this was introducing a new development, I would have judged the magnitude of change to have been higher. As it is, I do consider that effects are significant for the reasons I've just outlined. There's another point really about the elevation of the Sheirdrim turbines, which Mr. O'Carroll cross-examined Kelly on. And this was in response to paragraph 11.4.16 of her inquiry report. She states in that paragraph that whilst Sheirdrim would appear more prominent than Freesdale currently does, it would not appear on a higher part of the upland backdrop to views, as asserted by the council. I dispute that because the higher elevation of many of the proposed Sheirdrim turbines, together with their greater height, contributes to the increased prominence of the proposal from Kilbrennan Sound, and has influenced my judgment of significant effects. I've compared turbine bases, base heights across the Freesdale, Escart and Sheirdrim developments by examining site layout plans. And I would say that particularly CD 1.3.8, site layout, which is a site layout plan for Sheirdrim, and CD 01.9.4F. I've just checked that the reporters have got that. Yes, good. So I've extrapolated from those plans the base heights of the turbines, and I consider that the highest Freesdale turbines lie at roughly 180 meters AOD, while the highest Sheirdrim turbines, which comprise the most easterly turbines closer to the Kilbrennan Sound, lie somewhere between 220 to 240 meters AOD. I'd additionally draw the reporter's attention to the wire lines set out in CD 1.7.11, that's A to D, and we could perhaps take a look at those, if that's okay.
Right, 1.7.11. These are the ferry route wire lines. And this is, if you have that in front of you, Miss Anderson. It's a 16-page electronic document. Do you have that in front of you electronically?
I do, yes, I do.
And you wanted to draw the reporter's attention to wire lines A to D. Could you tell us, please, which number within the 16 pages you're first of all looking at?
Sorry, let me just sorry, I have a printed version and the page number isn't on it. It's just sort of slipped off in the printing.
Okay.
You need to go to the, have you got a page number, Mr. O'Carroll? Can you give the reporters that?
I can do that. If you just talk us through it, and I'll try and
Okay.
identify the correct electronic page number.
It's the wire lines for the Clonegg-Lacranza ferry, and they are referenced A to D.
Clonegg-Lacranza.
This is on page electronic page 5 onwards of the electronic version that we have.
Thank you, Ma'am. The trouble I have is that it flips from one page to the other on my screen, which makes it very hard to track where it's changing. But that's very helpful. Thank you. So at page 5 electronically, ferry route between Lacranza, Arran and Clonegg, Kintyre. Yeah. And then underneath that, we have photographs and wire lines A through to, on one page, through A and B, and then C and D on the following page.
That's correct. And you can see from those wire lines that the Sheirdrim turbines are located on a higher part of the skyline, the upland skyline that you would see from the ferry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ma'am, so that concludes my examination in chief. I have no questions for this witness at this particular time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking at my clock, and that's coming up towards 10:25. Ah, Mr. Innes, you wish to raise something?
Yeah, I've just got one matter, sir. In terms of the process, in my submission, it's more appropriate that Mrs. Pratt asks her questions of clarification in advance of my cross-examination rather than after it. And the reason being, it then affords me an opportunity that if anything new is raised, that I can question on it. The difficulty is that if it happens afterwards, then I don't have that opportunity, and we have the position of me asking to come back in to re-cross-examine, which I don't think is ever very satisfactory. So my suggestion would be that if Mrs. Pratt has any points of clarification, given the limitations of what she can ask a witness who's of the same position, then it should be now rather than later.
Okay, does anybody else have any views on that before?
I agree, sir. I have no objection.
Okay, and Mrs. Pratt, do you have any views on that?
I have no views on that. I have no questions of Miss Anderson anyway, so thank you very much.
I suspect that probably answers our questions in any event. Well, thank you for clarifying that for us. And in the time that we've just done that, we've got to 10:24 by my clock. So what I think we'll do now is just take a break, and we'll come back at 10:30, please, and then Mr. Innes will have the floor. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Just yeah, just ask people to turn their screens back on, and perhaps just ask Graham if we can get rid of the white screen and just all onto just screen mode. Just bear with us a moment. We're just waiting for that to happen. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me and see me? Just wait for Carol Anderson's screen to come back on. Sure, she hasn't dropped. Ms. Anderson, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry, back again.
That's okay. We can hear you and see you, so that's fine. Okay, just before the break, we concluded the evidence in chief. There were no points of clarification, and so now over to Mr. Innes for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Anderson. Can I start off just exploring with you a bit with your role with Argyll and Bute Council? In terms of the correspondence, it appears that you're often referred to as the council's landscape architect. Is that the role that you perform?
Yes, I do. Sorry, there's a bit of isn't there?
We were getting a bit of feedback there.
Yes.
I wonder if it's because, oh, that's better. I wonder if it's just because I think one of you maybe needs to mute when the other is speaking.
Okay.
That might just help us cut that out. Sorry, continue, please.
Mr. Ennis, I'd maybe ask you, where is it referenced that I'm called the council's landscape architect? Is it in council documents?
I'm asking you questions, and I'm asking you, is that the role that you perform, and is that how you are seen?
Yes, I'm guarded about that because I don't advise the council on everything to do with landscape. It's largely wind farm developments, but not solely. And I'm not a direct employee, I am a consultant. So I don't know if you would say that I was their landscape architect. I suspect they do use other landscape architects too.
And insofar as there's material before this inquiry, you're the joint author of the capacity study, is that correct? Which is CD 16.1, which you'll be coming to look at, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And insofar as this application is concerned, you were appointed by the council to review the landscape and visual material and provided them with a report, which you've already been to. So I'm not going to start going through it, but that's the measure of your input, isn't it, at that stage? You were commissioned to write a report, having reviewed the environmental impact assessment report and undertaken your own field evaluation.
That's right.
And insofar as that report was concerned, you went further than just advising on the nature and character of effects. You went on to individually recommend that the application should be objected to on the grounds of landscape and visual impact. Is that correct?
I did.
And insofar as we're dealing with a Section 36 application, an objection by a planning authority to a generating station proposal within their council area has particular consequences, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Mm-hmm.
That as a consequence of an unresolved objection into a Section 36 application, there is a requirement to hold a public inquiry into the proposal. And that's why we're all sitting here today in part, probably.
Yes.
And insofar as you phrase matters, it is of note that perhaps I look at the conclusions to your recognition at section 5.1, and you don't need to turn it up. But what you start off by saying is, Argyll and Bute acknowledge the need to accommodate the wind energy development. The council recognised various aspects, and in essence, you appear to have gone from being an external witness to being a spokesperson for the council. Is that a role that you recognise that you've taken on board?
Well, I am acting on behalf of Argyll and Bute Council, and my evidence to this inquiry takes into account their objection in the report of handling. So that's all part and parcel of that.
Thank you. Now, I want to briefly look at the capacity study with you. And just before we set the context, it is context for subsequent matters, as you, I think, are readily acknowledged elsewhere. But I do want to just go through it so the reporters have the correct passages and we understand any differences and nuances. But just to be clear, I'm not opening this by a criticism of the capacity study. I'm just understanding various aspects of it and its relevance. Okay, so I just want you to set that context to start with. So you were the co-author, and if you could have document 16.1 available, please.
Can I ask that you give me 5 minutes, because I've only received the list of documents and I haven't had a chance to get them all up. So I might need, well, maybe 2 minutes just to get this sorted. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're content for that, so we'll just allow you the time to fetch those.
I'm sorry, Mr. Innes, could you give me a reference, a CD reference for the capacity study, please?
16.1.
I should know that off by heart, but I don't. 16.1. Right, apologies for that. I'm there now. So yes, I have that.
Yeah. And I'm just going to go through a few broad passages just so we've got a helpful context, because I think it does provide a helpful context, and that's exactly how the applicant has treated this document. If we perhaps go to the summary of findings at the outset, please. And that's on page, well, it doesn't have a page because obviously it's the executive summary at the front, but there we go. And we'll go into the summary of the findings in a second. If we open up, the summary of findings are that the operational consented wind farms generally occupy less sensitively, sparsely settled and relatively simple upland areas. And with many of the older wind farms having a much more limited visibility, because obviously there'd be smaller turbines. Is that the general thrust of that?
We're sorry, are we at the executive summary, did you say, Mr. Innes?
Yes, under the summary of findings.
Sure. Okay, I'm with you. Sorry, it just took a bit of time to open up.
Worry, it's a big document with lots of pictures. That's usually what it does for me anyway.
Yeah.
Hence why I'm on hard copy for this document anyway. So we're just at the summary of findings there. The operational consented wind farm developed in Argyll and Bute generally occupy less sensitive, sparsely settled and relatively simple upland areas. Do we see that?
Yes.
And while many older wind farms have relatively limited visibility from more settled loch and coastal fringes, more recently constructed and consented developments, although still sited in similar upland areas, feature taller turbines which often lie on the outer edges of upland areas and have a greater impact on views from more sensitive areas.
Yes.
So that is an established pattern, as it were, of development within Argyll that effectively, there's two aspects to that. The early development took the most central locations, and what we're seeing with the expansion of further wind farm development is that they're having to move towards not the edges, but the edges of the upland areas relative to that, and there's consequences for that.
Well, you use the term have to move to the edges. I'm not sure that that is an imperative. It has happened that some consented, more recently consented wind farms in the Kintyre uplands are closer to the edges. I can think of the Cur wind farm, for example, and Freesdale, that's another example. But whether prospective wind farms have to be close to the edges, I would dispute that. It's not imperative. I would suggest that needs to occur.
Then we go on to the particularly Kintyre Peninsula, the next paragraph. The Kintyre Peninsula and parts of the uplands either side of Loch Awe already accommodate a number of operational consented wind energy developments. Remaining undeveloped parts of these upland landscapes are often more constrained as they lie more closer to sensitive settled coastal areas and valleys. Cumulative effects are also a key constraint to accommodating additional wind energy development in Argyll and Bute. And I'm presuming that when you're talking about that cumulative constraint, it's in those two areas which you've already identified that have development, the key areas which are the peninsula and parts of around Loch Awe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And also parts of Knapdale, because there are wind farms in southern Knapdale. But it is principally those two areas, yes, because that's where there are existing wind farm developments.
And taking it broadly, one of the issues, and we'll come to look at it in the capacity study, is that there is almost a ton of development between clusters along the peninsula that have already been established through both developments that have been are operational and consented. So we've got a clustered pattern of development already within Kintyre. Is that correct?
That is correct in terms of the clusters are easily appear as clusters because they are separated by fairly generous undeveloped areas of upland, yes.
And insofar as that cumulative issue is concerned, that if you start filling in the gaps, and we'll come on and look at this, but I'm trying to get the general picture first. But if I start filling in the gaps between the clusters, what I end up with is a continuous array of turbines right down the upland spine of the peninsula. Is that correct?
Well, it could, yes, that could. Yes, that could.
And in particular, that effect is undesirable from both Gear and from Arran, where one gets essentially those views where that might be appreciated in terms of that particular aspect.
Principally from Gear and Arran, and that is identified in the capacity study, that there's a sort of tension really between Gear, effects on Gear and effects on to the east to Arran and the Kilbrannan Sound. There's also the issue of overtopping, which is addressed in the capacity study, where you're getting much higher turbines located in higher elevated areas or more elevated areas. But yes, that is what is concluded in the study, that if you filled in the gaps between the clusters, the existing clusters, and they were substantially filled in, then it would be rather unrelenting in terms of the effects from AREN, and also you've got effects from GEAR. But it's not just from AREN and GEAR. It's also the effects of filling in spaces, the effects that you would get from the A83 and sorry, the number of the road that's on the east side of the Kintyre Peninsula has just escaped me, but it's that minor road along there as well. So it would be, you know, having an increased effect on those more sensitive coastal fringes as well if you're filling in gaps.
And I just want to move on in the document to the introduction. I've just got a very brief matter I want to take up with you in paragraph 1.1.1, which is on page 1 of the whole document.
Yes.
I just want to look at the second paragraph with you in terms of the SPP. The SPP, I think the first part of the sentence is paragraph 162, which is all around, I would suggest, a very positive outlook for onshore wind and encouraging authorities to identify where there is strategic capacity for wind farms, and also the statement, and areas with the greatest potential for wind development. So in terms of that process, we see that there's two issues there, the capacity, but also the potential for wind development.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fair to say that there's both aspects.
Yes.
And in terms of the second quote, potential cumulative effects should be made clear by planning authorities. That's a quote, I think, extracted from paragraph 169, which is in development management terms, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll probably be aware that between the 2010 and 2014 SPP, that spatial frameworks, the cumulative element was removed, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the reason being, at that time in 2014, as we see, that wild land was added to the stage 2 constraints, and the consequence of removing that potentially challenge, making it more difficult to develop in those areas, was likely to give rise to other areas having to accommodate further development.
I don't think it explicitly said that, but the spatial framework, there were changes to that between 2010 and 2014. I do acknowledge that. I don't think it was ever articulated that introducing wildland areas was going to put more pressure on other areas, because of course within the SPP 2014, wildland areas are not in the top hierarchy in terms of preventing development.
But in terms of your professional practice, you must appreciate that since 2014, that's exactly what happened, that generally speaking, developers have avoided. I mean, there are the odd exception that has been permitted. There
are exceptions.
Generally speaking, that the pressure that has been brought to bear for further development has been on other areas where already there is wind farm development, and that would be something.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that's fair to say, yes. Developers have tended to focus on areas where there are already wind farms. That's true.
Now, just going on in the document to page 12, there's a summary of findings and recommendations. And in paragraph 3.3, there's a table of large typologies, the over 130s, isn't it?
Page 12, was that Mr. Innes?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, just trying to get through the maps. Gosh, so many maps. Sorry. Right. Page 12. Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, so we see there that I mean, I fully appreciate these are reduced to generalities, but at this stage, I'm just looking at the general background. But in terms of very large typology, in terms of 130 and above, the only landscape character type that's identified as potentially having high medium sensitivity is the upland forest moor mosaic character area type 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the character type within which this development is proposed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now, I'm going to then take you forward in the document, and I'm not quite frankly, I think the reporters can read these passages, but I think they're important context for subsequent issues that we're going to discuss. So I'm going to take it relatively swiftly without going through it all. But there's a next section 8 is 3.8, which is described as a strategic landscape issues. And on page 20 of the document, we get effectively the Kintyre Peninsula section.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the entire peninsula, we get key findings that cumulative effects with other operational or under construction and consented wind farms identified as being a major constraint to accommodating additional wind energy development to the entire peninsula. Cumulative landscape and visual effects are principally experienced from the coastal fringes of Kintyre, from Gir and Arran. Do we see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So those are those set up those particular aspects of potential concern. We then go into the 3.10.3, the effects of the existing wind energy development on the coast of Kintyre, and that's the rocky mosaic, which is the landscape character type applicable to the APQ, to the one to Western Kintyre APQ, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And also aspects of the South Knapdale APQ as well.
Yeah.
And in terms of other receptors, landscape and visual effects from Gir and Isla Ferry are matters which you pick out.
Yes.
And in terms of, I just wanted to just look at the last paragraph of your section at 10.3.10.4, which is this just immediately above 3.10.5 on page 22.
Yes.
We see there that the concern from any additional wind farm located closer to the route of the Isle of Ferry near West Loch Tarbert could result in perception of wind farm dominating the peninsula, however, and could additionally intrude on views to Arran. Further from the mainland coast, the drama of the Jura and Isla Mountains forms the principal focus for ferry travellers. Again, again, we'll come and look at that, but that's a particular aspect that you picked up, that in and around the general location of the Isla Ferry, that there are these spectacular views out to Durin Isla, which draw the eye and are a key component of the sensitivity, yes?
That's correct.
Next section, again, I am not going to take us through these all in absolute detail, but in terms of from Aaron, we've obviously got, since this was done, Escart's been consented and High Constellation as well. Is that correct?
Yes, and other wind farms, but of course yes, effectively from Aaron, it would be more Escart and High Constellation that would have a influence.
And in 310.6, we've got the B8001, which again, we're going to come and look at. But I think you identify further wind farm development seen in a similar or closer proximity to the road, and particularly located on both sides of the valley, would likely to incur significant cumulative effects and would detract from the spectacular view of Arran and the distant views to Jura that are a feature of this route. So one of the key components there of considering the B8001 is the extent to which any wind farm development would intrude in those particular views, which are a key characteristic of that route. And there are also long distance views down the south from the ferry. But that says there was also views down Kilbrannan Sound from Lochranza Clonic Ferry, and potentially coalescence of wind farms seen on Kintyre Peninsula is a key issue for considering when appraising the proposals for additional new wind farm developments on the Kintyre Peninsula. So again, we've got that particular aspect of being raised about, to some extent, that's really a cumulative issue, isn't it? It's the extent to which we end up with ribbon development right down Kintyre visible from the ferry. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that goes back to your point about filling the spaces between the clusters.
And in 310, a strategy to minimise cumulative landscape and visual effects. You're clear to, you're worried about the Kintyre Peninsula in 310.7, second paragraph. You're also clear that Arran and Gear remain this key issue.
Yes,
and,
yes.
And the last paragraph on this page, a continuous or near continuous band of wind farms seen on Kintyre from Arran would be unremitting and potentially overbearing. So those are sort of warning shots as to the eventually how that might be considered.
Yes, and I would also draw the reporter's attention to the first paragraph in 3.10.7. It's not principally looking at Gear and Arran potential effects. It's also looking at West Loch Tarbert, or considering West Loch Tarbert.
And in terms of just setting the context, page 45 deals with the Upland Forest Moor Mosaic 6.
Page 45, Mr. Innes.
Yes, of the actual document as opposed to the electronic version.
So much quicker with a hard copy, isn't it?
I believe in the electronic version we're on page 71, if that's helpful to people
71.
following it electronically. I think there's a number of maps that aren't page numbered which sit in between, and I think that pushes the numbers out of sequence between the electronic and paper versions. But my understanding, I think, is that page 45 of the paper copy is page 71 of the electronic version. That begins, I think, Mr. Innes, 4.10 Upland Forest Moor Mosaic 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm still not there. Oh. Right, I think I'm there. Sorry about that.
So this builds upon the general and goes to the specific, and a lot of the comments are similar, but it's in a little more detail. And again, I don't propose to go through every aspect, but I think it's important as it sets the context, because what we have is introductory text with the descriptor of the landscape character type, and then we've got sensitivity dealt with at 4.10.1, potential cumulative issues at 4.10.3, and presumably in any context, cumulative issues essentially are a snapshot at the time that the capacity study was undertaken.
Yes, that's fair. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the key cumulative landscape and visual issues that may arise include, and these are effectively aspects which could arise from further development in this landscape character type.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's not, I think everyone is capable of reading these, but I just flag up in the first bullet point, larger turbines and more extensive wind farm development sited in the outer edges of the Kintyre uplands, where they'd be likely to significantly increase landscape and visual effects and settle coastal edge of Kintyre and on views from Anne and Gear, and will also further erode the established pattern.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the second bullet point, potential effects on the A83 is a potential receptor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think further down we get the B842 on the east coast of Kintyre, which I think is the missing road that you might have.
Oh right, yes, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And further down we see one of the points that you're identifying is, I mean, these are quite specific, some of them. Extensions or repowering in particular proposals could impact on hidden glens or and other aspects. These are less relevant to the north, but what you're covering is the whole of this landscape character type, which largely spans the upland areas down the spine of the peninsula. So some are relevant and some are not. And then we have one that's obviously one of direct relevance, which is the potential corridor of large wind farm developments seen from either side of the B8001, which could significantly detract from views to Arran and Jura and affect the experience of travellers using the road and the Loch Rannoch Clonard ferry route. You see that? Next one is about the gaps again. Significant increases in extent of wind farm development as gaps between present clusters of turbines are potentially filled. Seen in views from Arran and Gear, which present a dominant, continuous and dense band of turbines seen in the skyline. This could include a coalescing effect experienced from looking down the Cwmbrannan Sound from North Arran and from the Loch Rannoch Clonard ferry. So again, we've got all these points, and then it goes on to set key constraints, and you're highlighting particular aspects of APQs covering coastal fringes, which abuts this character type, and where turbines could potentially impact on the special qualities of visible and prominent skylines. That's the third last bullet point above 4.10.5. I think you've gone silent, Miss Sanders. I didn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I was trying to say prevent that echo that's happening. So.
And what we then see is that, again, we see views from mountains of North Arran and Jura from the B8001 is specific, and then we get to the opportunities. And I think the idea is at the end, where you conclude at 4.10.6, there's limited scope for very large topologies above to be accommodated. And this is ultimately where we get to, we move from sensitivity at this point to effectively be in capacity to be saying what can or cannot be allowed. Is that correct?
Well, I think when you say what cannot and can be allowed, it's not as clear cut as that, as you will know. The capacity study considers landscape and visual effects, sensitivity, landscape and visual sensitivity. There are a whole range of other environmental aspects and policy issues that need to be weighed in the balance when making decisions on wind farm development. The capacity study is a strategic study. It gives general landscape and visual guidance. Every development, and it is quite clear in the study, it's clearly stated throughout the study that each development proposal needs to be considered on its own merits. So whereas it's giving guidance on development, and in here it was considered that there would be very limited scope for turbines over that height, and it sets out the reasons why. This is just one aspect that needs to be considered, landscape and visual, in terms of wind energy development proposals.
Ms Anderson, presumably you've read the reports to committee and the decision made by the councillors and also Mr Anderson's precognition, sorry, not Mr Anderson, the councillor's precognition. Would it be fair to say that your conclusions reached in the capacity study have had an influence and a bearing of the thought process of the council's response to this application?
Yes, they have, yes, and they would have considered all other matters in coming to that conclusion.
I mean, I just quote from Councillor Taylor's evidence, paragraph 4.2, where he specifically says members were asked to consider the assessment of the council's consultant, the landscape architect, which included advice that the development would be located in a landscape where capacity is largely reached in landscape and visual terms. So it appears to on that capacity study findings appear to have been very influential to the councillor. He wouldn't have mentioned and picked out that specific passage to put in his precognition, would he?
It obviously has been influential, but I wasn't present at the committee meeting, so I don't understand. I will have no knowledge of what the discussion entailed and what other considerations were made. The report of handling does obviously address other aspects, including policy aspects. I can't give you much more of an answer than that.
What I want to do is very briefly discuss, to put in context, your capacity study and various matters that are coming and have changed or are changing. And I could perhaps take this quite shortly, or we can go to the document if we need to. But presumably somebody in your role and carrying out the type of work that you do would have some understanding, for example, about the onshore wind policy statement produced in December 2017, which is CD 624 if you need to turn it up. But is that a document that you have read?
Yes, I've read it. I'm aware of it.
Would it be fair to say, and I'll just put it in fairly general terms, that that document is a response to effectively the removal of public market support for onshore wind and the challenges that the onshore wind sector faces in being able to deliver new capacity?
I couldn't comment on that.
insofar as the document's concerned, does it give an indication that in order to be viable, it is likely that more modern, larger turbines are going to need to be deployed in circumstances where there is no market support?
I can't recall the specific text on that.
Well, as I say, I'm not. I don't want you to. This isn't about cross-examining you on policy matters, but paragraph 25 does say the Scottish Government acknowledges the way in which wind turbine technology and design is evolving and fully supports the delivery of large wind turbines.
Yes.
Now, there is caveats around that in terms of landscapes being capable of accommodating them. So absolutely clear. But in terms of that, would you accept that, well, is that one of the things that you took from that document, is that in order to deliver onshore wind, it was likely that larger typology wind turbines were likely to need to be utilised to get these projects off the ground?
Well, I mean, that was happening before that document was issued. You know, there isn't obviously a drive towards larger turbines. I do acknowledge that.
And in terms of, I'm just going to put it in general terms here because we're setting a context, but in terms of the projects that you have dealt with recently, would it be your general experience that turbine heights between 135 and 149 are at the lower end of the size scale?
In terms of current proposals, I think you're meaning?
Yes, is that your, you know?
Lower, I would say, average for the proposals that I've been, I think the average would be 149.9. That seems to be the majority of the schemes that I have been looking at recently.
In Argyll?
No, not necessarily just in Argyll, but in Moray, in Highland, in various places.
And smaller than 149?
I think in terms of current proposals, not smaller than 149. And what I mean by current proposals, I mean by most recent applications. Obviously, there are still proposals that are outstanding that are smaller, that comprise smaller turbines than that I have knowledge of.
Now, again, looking at things that are developing, in terms of documentation, we've got a draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance, which is CD 613. And I presume that is a document that you are very familiar with.
I am very familiar with that because I am advising Nature Scott on that guidance. And I have been involved in a pilot study for Highland Council, which has been exploring some of the guidance and testing it.
And in the context of this guidance, or the guidance on the guidance, because this isn't actually, this is in draft format at the moment, isn't it? But we say that it's moving over to potentially steering the consideration to be more a comparative sensitivity analysis.
That's fair, yes. Obviously, the terminology has changed. These sorts of studies will not be called landscape capacity studies, they will be sensitivity studies. They always were sensitivity studies. It was just a historic thing, really about the name as the methodology has developed. But the guidance will change slightly, and it will be more about comparative sensitivity. That is fair.
And we briefly have a look at the document. I think that we'll probably have a few bits that I want to specifically put to you. given your involvement. So it's CD 16.13. In my questioning, appreciating that you may be involved in matters that are not public or whatever, if there's anything that I raised that you don't feel comfortable with responding to, or are not, I'm not trying to force anything out of you in that context.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the consultation document as it stands, and I'm not, if you are involved in other matters, trying to seek to elicit stuff that you might be currently involved with and may not be completed. If I could get to paragraph 5 of the document, please.
Okay, I just need to get that up because it's
I believe we're on electronic page 3 for those following an electronic document. Paragraph 5 under background, is that correct, Mr. Ennis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Innes, can you give me the reference for that again? I'm just trying to find it.
CD 16.13, is that
Oh
correct?
yes, I've got it. Yes, I've got it. Okay, sorry, the paragraph?
5, please.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
5.
5.
I'll ask a question. In the second sentence, what it identifies is that the climate emergency and our response to it is likely to accelerate the pace of change in the next decade. And this is about landscape change, as it identifies in the first sentence.
Yes.
So what we can see is that what Nature's got, I think, are envisaging, and this is not just to do with onshore wind farms, this document, it does deal with wider development typologies than onshore wind. But what it's saying is that in terms of effectively the likely change that's going to be required in our response, that we need to perhaps bring greater sense of guidance to the conduct of these sensitivity assessments. So that would be a fair analysis of why we are doing this.
No, I don't think that is fair. I think a landscape and visual sensitivity study, and I think if you read further through this guidance document, landscape and sensitivity assessment cannot be influenced by policy and certain drives for particular development forms. It has to be impartial. It has to consider the landscape and visual sensitivities alone. And this is actually articulated in the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, for example, in that any sort of policy drive or policy emphasis on a particular development should not influence the assessment. And that's similar to a landscape sensitivity assessment. It stands alone.
Yeah, we'll come to look at that. But in terms of what the guidance, draft guidance is at paragraph 5, that the reason for the background is that our landscapes are continuing to change in response to natural processes, human interventions. But this change is likely to accelerate as a consequence of our response to climate change. That would seem to suggest that the authors of the document recognise that we need to be prepared and potentially plan for that change.
Yes, and I think plan for that change is correct. It's setting the scene, that paragraph, and it's setting the scene to the need for landscape sensitivity assessment in order to plan for potential change.
And insofar as paragraph 7 is concerned, actually, I think we're in agreement. Sensitivity studies are not a substitute for site specific LVIA. They're a complementary source of information. So I think we agree with that, and I've seen you state that on a number of occasions. And then if we see linked to paragraph 8, we see at the second paragraph in paragraph 8, in the past, many capacity in quotes studies often dealt with susceptibility rather than capacity. Capacity is determined by the need for a target amount of development, while sensitivity is not. Most studies should therefore be correctly referred to as sensitivity studies unless such targets have been set at an appropriate scale. So the fundamental point about that is that the capacity study is I would suggest not, well, as they've said, the wording is perhaps a little wrong, because what they're saying is really these are comparative sensitivities, and that to actually call it a capacity study, you need to know what you're having to deliver in a particular location. And that's where you almost end up like a development plan allocating land.
Yes, I agree with that. As I said before, it's the way that these studies were developed historically that they adopted the word capacity, and that sort of stuck for a while until there has been this review of guidance. And the review of guidance is not just been undertaken by Nature Scott, but also by Natural England and the Welsh equivalent. So they're being undertaken in tandem.
And if we see at paragraph 10, they talk about existing documents, and they go on to say, have updating may be required, particularly for wind farm studies. So there's an acknowledge there that we're now talking about a particular typology of development. However, updating may be required, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and the technology change, and to remove elements of capacity assessment where these exist. So that effectively is the thought process there is specific to wind energy development.
Yes, because and in discussion with Nature Scott, it's largely because wind turbine technology has changed quite rapidly, whereas landscape sensitivity studies are done for other forms of development, as you noted. They can be done for aquaculture, woodland creation, and settlement expansion. And those forms of development have not changed as greatly as wind turbine technology.
Now, if we move on in the document, please, to page 13, and the context of this is that this is principles of landscape sensitivity assessment. I just want to look at one aspect of stage 2 in the draft guidance, please.
Sorry, is that page 13?
Page 13 of the document.
Yes.
And if we see here that 2.1.2 sets out for a whole range of different development typologies, and we see for wind farms that height of turbine is often a critical defining factor. Designing turbining, the size of wind farm likely to be a range, any aviation lighting. So these are matters which are essentially potential matters to be introduced to the scenarios. Is that correct?
Yes.
And obviously aviation lighting is fairly new, but is now a matter that we're all getting a bit more experience of.
Yes.
And then we see at 2.1.3 that to future-proof the study as far as possible, there may also be a need to consider what technology changes can reasonably be expected and or what is being supported under current policy. So in that context, we do see a direct tie-in in terms of what's to be assessed against the current policy.
That's correct.
And again, at 2.1.4, again, the typologies of there should be size bands and there shouldn't be any gaps, etc. But we've really dealt with that. Thank you.
It's just 11:26, and I'm just thinking it might now be a helpful point at which to take a 5-minute interlude. I want to deny people any of the 5 minutes, so let's come back at where are we? 11:26. Let's come back just after 10:30. So let's come back at let's be generous and say 11:32. There we go. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good stuff. Let's just before we proceed, I'm aware that the next session will probably be about an hour and a half, and I think that's quite long. So I'll probably look to break us again about 12:15, and then we'll probably do it in kind of 2 45-minute slots up to 1 o'clock. So let's carry on from where we were. So Mr. Innes, back to you.
Yes. Ms. Anderson, can I now ask you to look at CD 6.44?
Is that the onshore wind policy statement refresh, Mr. Innes?
Yes. Is that a document you've had an opportunity to read?
I have read it, yes.
So I'm not asking you about the policy. The only bit I'm asking you about is the landscape and visual section, which is at paragraph 4.4.2.
I believe that's on electronic page 30.
Yes, I think I've got it. It's 4.4, isn't it? Oh, 4.4.2, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. Now, in terms of, as an experienced landscape architect, presumably you sort of understand what Scotland's most cherished landscapes are. That word is often used to describe national parks and national scenic areas.
I think that would be fair, yes.
And then it goes on to say that, however, we recognise that climate change and our net zero ambitions require decisive action, which will change how Scotland looks, and that we will need to deploy significant volumes of onshore wind generation over the next decade to help meet our challenging legal obligations. And then goes on to say this is likely to comprise modern efficient turbines, which will maximise the generation possible at each site, and a mix of current technologies and taller turbines. Now, I just want to break that down. I appreciate this is a draft policy position, but what this draft policy position is forecasting, because it's part of the consultation, is what the consequences would be of the adoption of the 8 to 12 gigawatts of additional capacity by 2030. Mm-hmm. Now, mm-hmm. what we see there is that that it's likely to require significant change, and it will change how Scotland looks. That's the scale of the change that's likely to occur if we deploy another 8 to 12 gigawatts onshore above what we've already built.
Yes.
And we see there that it's likely to comprise modern efficient turbines, because that's something that we've already discussed. And that there's each side, and a mix of current technologies and taller turbines. So it recognises that relationship between existing development and that new development is likely to be seen together, doesn't it?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Mr. Innes. Is likely to be
seen together, because it says this is likely to comprise modern efficient turbines which will maximise the generation possible at each site, and a mix of current technologies and taller turbines. So that's likely to, I suggest to you that the only meaning that you could give to that sentence is that you're potentially likely going to see both the current deployment and future deployment together. That's going to be a facet of that future deployment.
Yes, it does say at each site. I'm having difficulties with that sentence, and when I first read this a few weeks ago, I felt that too, that I think because it says each site, it probably is meaning that, but I must say I was disappointed that there was so little in this document in terms of landscape and visual, and it wasn't particularly well expressed in my view. But I think it does seem to be indicating that because it mentions each site, it doesn't say in general across the landscape. Oh, but actually maybe each site doesn't mean existing sites. You know, I did find it difficult to interpret this, I must say. It just could be each development site that might be a future development site, not an existing development site. So I think it depends on how you interpret it.
But it must have some relevance in the sense of they specifically mentioned the fact that there's going to be the existing technologies and the new technologies. That must be because you'll be able to see them together, or otherwise I can't see the relevance of the text under landscape and visual.
Well, I think this obviously changes because, you know, previous policy has really addressed, and SPP in particular has addressed repowering, which has been assumed to comprise replacement of existing turbines with taller turbines. This seems to be moving away from that, and certainly the industry hasn't really been undertaking any repowering proposals. There are very, very few of that type of proposal. So it would appear that that has gone by the by. So yes, I can see that it's saying that we just have to lump it in terms of any effects there might be between current technologies, assumed to be smaller turbines, and taller turbines, potentially seen together, but it does depend on how you interpret those words, each site.
Thank you. Could I now move on to look at some aspects of your inquiry report, please, which is CD 10.7.
Can we put, is the document finished with or not? The onshore.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
If it's helpful, your own inquiry report will never be in that state. It'll never be put away. So always keep your inquiry report available.
Well, I've got a printed copy of that, so that's much quicker than scrolling down on a PDF.
So what I briefly want to do is look at some of the findings in relation to effects at the back of the document, because that's an Annex C. Can I first of all look at viewpoint 10, please? Which is, I think, 3 pages from the back in Appendix C.
Yes, I've had that. Yes.
And I think, can we just note that you agree with the LBIA that the effects would not be significant at that viewpoint?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the Isla Ferry, I know you attempted to clarify your position in examination in chief, but I'm still none the wiser as to which 10 kilometres actually have significant effects. So can I just go, could you bear with me? And we could, I mean, I think we're reasonably well familiar with the trip from Kennagraig out. We've been through it in almost every guise, and we'll probably be coming back to it later this afternoon. But I just want to understand your position. There's a viewpoint 7. from Kennercraig, and we've got viewpoint 5, which we've got from the eastern shore. Is it your position that there's a significant effect as you come out of Kennercraig when you view the turbines off to the east?
Yes, that's correct. And I think, to be fair, Kelly acknowledges that in her evidence as well. It's not when you're actually moored in at Kennercraig because of it's a bit more screened when you're closer to land, but when you're in the mid channel, that's where you get a greater degree of visibility.
And in terms of, so that's the first area of significant effect is having come out of Kennercraig is the view up to the east, and it's that view that's significant as we agreed for a period as one traverses south through West Loch Tarbert. And then as you go down West Loch Tarbert, Sheirdrim Hill begins to screen the development.
Not entirely. There is some screening, but it's not completely screened. And the 10 kilometres, and I have to say that is an approximate length of the ferry route, but it extends from the mid-channel opposite viewpoint 5 and Kennercraig to a point between points B and C, which are in the close to the mouth of the loch.
So I'm just trying to work out the 10. So coming down West Loch Tarbert, your position is it's significant all the way, and it's significant all the way from a location just to the south of Kennercraig, all the way to a position somewhere between B and C.
That's correct. There is one point where there's a very sort of brief area where you don't get visibility, but it is a very small point. So it takes that into account in that 10K.
That's taken into account.
That's taken from ZTV, but also from me making the assessment from the ferry itself.
Because I think in the ferry route we've got an A where we perhaps get a couple of tips visible on a forested skyline. Is that
At point A? Did you say? What point did you say?
A?
Yes.
I think if we go
yes.
Sure, so we don't have to go in the full trek. But I'm just trying to sort of fully appreciate where you think it's significant from. So it's somewhere that the visibility that's represented by A is not significant. Do you accept that?
I think there's a difficulty looking at the fixed viewpoints, and I think it is better to the ferry viewpoints rather, and it's better to look at one of the ZTVs, particularly the ones that Kelly produced to accompany her inquiry report, because that would show the reporters the extent of visibility from that route. I have in front of me KA1, which that is useful.
If you have 10.6.C, it's probably the better one.
Okay, 10.6.
What we have there is the various points marked on.
Okay. So you can see, sorry, do the reporters have that ZTV in front of them? That's great. So you can see from there that you see where point C is and point B. And then there is a bit of a gap when you're just underneath or very close to Dunskeag. And there's no visibility for a short section. And then you get another short section, which is just a bit when you've gone past Dunskeag, where you are just getting tips. But the 10 kilometres has been calculated where you get the greater number of turbines visible, which is indicated by the denser purple shading on that ZTV map.
So would that be about 4 kilometres through West Loch Tarbert southwards and about 6 kilometres out to sea? Is that roughly from, you know, something like B1? Is that?
I haven't calculated on that basis, but I've also done it from field assessment, as I've mentioned. I've also extrapolated it from, you know, where there aren't visualizations from the visualizations that have been done from South Knaptail, particularly viewpoints 5. It is essentially where the darker purple is, but also where there's a sort of bluer shading, where it says that there's a low incidence of turbine visibility, and that really relates to the numbers of turbines rather than their extent, vertical extent. So it is an aggregate over that ferry route between those points. I should say also to the reporters that in many respects, it's not about the numbers of turbines that are visible, it's the vertical extent of them that's visible, because then you get kind of scale contrasts with the shores, the small scale shores that you see, loch fringes that you see from the ferry. So it's the nature of effects that has to be considered together with number and extent of turbines visible. And it really, the significant effects from the ferry are really related to, you know, the scenic approach that you get through West Loch Tarbert from the ferry, and the diversity and the small scale nature of the loch shores, and the effects that this proposal would have on part of those.
Now, I want to that's been very helpful. Thank you. We'll come back to that later, if I may. In terms of what I want to do now is look at the APQ issue. And in that context, we can agree that you've agreed that there would be no significant impact on the West Kintyre APQ.
That's correct.
So we're only dealing with the South Knaptail APQ. And in that context, could you have paragraph 615 of your inquiry report, please. Now, in terms of the South Knapdale APQ, there are no special qualities or descriptors which have been provided along with the designation. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And so what you've done at 615, the name suggests panoramic views were through an important aspect, objectives in identifying scenic coasts around West Loch Tarbert and along the east and west coasts of Kintyre. And then we reached a statement, I have therefore considered the wider seascape and key view to and from the sea in defining the special qualities of this part of the APQ. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, you have identified below the specific special qualities which you say apply to this part of the APQ. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, that's my, from my assessment, I do acknowledge that there isn't a citation, so there's not much to go on. But I felt in the absence of that, it was important, therefore, to attempt to identify the special qualities, or what I would have thought would be the special qualities of that designated area.
Now, in terms of that approach, could I ask you now to look at CD 1622, please? If you just bear with me, if you just bear with me 1 second, I've got now one of the disadvantages of hard copy, where one has them collated in a folder that has disintegrated in transporting it back to the inquiry this morning.
Was it raining? Was it raining?
No, I think I was just too rough in carrying the boxes. It was a whole series of boxes and I was having to put them down, and I think I've probably cracked it open, but I've managed to so far resurrect them, but we all know what happens. The ring binders are now weakened forever, and I'll be desperately trying to get the documents through the holes, but I will do as quickly as I can. Now, just in terms of this is a report that you prepared in relation to the Airy wind farm development, which is a scheme in Argyll and Bute, which has now been consented by the Scottish Minister. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Right. In terms of this, I'm going to take this relatively shortly because there's some general points that I just want to pick up from the report. In terms of Airy, you picked out there'd be significant cumulative effects on the Isle of Ferry in West Loch Tarbert area, and that's reflected on page 3 of your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we want a reference as to how you want to have the capacity study considered, after I go through the bottom of that table on the 3rd page, you make the following statement. This proposal is clearly contrary to some of the guidance in ABL WEX, the capacity study. However, while this document is generally acknowledged to be a material consideration of wind farm proposals, it does not form part of supplementary guidance in strategic in nature. More detailed LVI of specific proposals is also needed to be considered by consultees and the determining authority. Do we see that text?
Yes.
Now, in terms of significant effects, we see that your position is there would be significant effects of a range of receptors in the rocky mosaic LCT. Is that correct?
Yes.
And effectively, that included both receptors on the West Kintyre APQ as well as the South Knapdale APQ. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading that through. I think it's really meaning the South Knapdale area of the APQ. It's not the North Kintyre one, unless I'm missing something.
Well, we'll come on to the decision, but I think it's fairly clear.
Knapdale APQ.
Ronnachan and at Dunskeag, there was accepted to be significant visual effects, landscape effects.
Yes, but it doesn't say from the APQ. It doesn't say effects on the APQ. It just says from those viewpoints, does it not? I think I'd need to read it in a bit more detail.
We'll come on and look at what the minister said in due course.
Okay.
Your claim was the significant adverse effects and appreciation of South Knapdales and views from the west, Kintyre, Gear, and from offshore. Those are the three significant adverse effects and appreciations that are views from the west. And as you say, visible from northern part of Gear, extensively offshore. And then we go on to deal with the West Loch Tarbert area and the Knapdale APQ. Do we see that at the bottom of this fourth page?
I do. Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And whilst the West Loch, again, you say there's no citation for designation and landscape, although key qualities are likely to comprise. And what we see there is 4 in number, generally set out key qualities. Now, in terms of the approach, these are different special qualities from the ones that you've set out in relation to the inquiry report in relation to this application.
They are slightly different, but they are similar, I would say. They are not completely different.
And what I will put to you is that for special qualities have to be for the area as a whole, not for a part of the APQ. And that's what you've done in relation to the inquiry report in relation to this application.
No, I don't agree with that. There isn't any guidance on how to assess effects on a local landscape designation, apart from a very draft guidance document produced by Nature Scott, which effectively looks at NSAs, the special qualities of NSAs and assessing that. In that draft guidance, I'm sorry, I will have to look out the reference for that for the reporters, which I will just do. CD 16.13. It is a very outline draft, that document, but in paragraph 6.17 of my inquiry report, I have addressed it. And in 6.18, in that guidance document, it does advocate a proportional approach to assessing effects on areas of designated landscapes. And that I have taken to mean that the assessor should focus on the landscape qualities likely to be affected by a development or land management proposal. And I would say with every appraisal that I undertook in the document dated March 2019, that sort of particularly looked at the qualities that were evident in the central part of the APQ. The Airy wind farm is located in the APQ. It has a potential effect on the NSA, which abuts the APQ to the north, and that's why the qualities assessed are slightly different, but similar to those that I've identified in my inquiry report for Sheirdrim.
Thank you. If we could just move on in the, because we'll come back to this issue. If we could just move on in this document, because obviously it's not very efficient to keep coming back. But in your cumulative landscape impact on page, it would be great if there could be numbers, but it's headed. It's immediately after that section. We were dealing with the ABW at WEX, and then we go into significant adverse strategic cumulative impact. Yeah, it's called headed up significant adverse strategic cumulative impact.
Yes, yes.
Do we see that halfway down? And I think you're making a general point here that effectively introducing wind farm development of this scale into South Knapdale is a new matter, as it were. And what you identify halfway down is that the expansive and highly scenic panorama of the South West Knapdale area and the islands of Islay and Jura contrast with the nearby Kintyre Peninsula, where wind farm development is a key characteristic. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so that's one of the important points that you're making, is that you're identifying that Airy was effectively introducing that large-scale wind farm development into the South Knapdale APQ, and that was a change in the pattern of development.
Yes, it doesn't introduce new wind farm development into Knapdale, because in the first paragraph under that heading, it's acknowledged that there are 2 existing wind farms already in that particular landscape character type, but it also explains that there's that they are barely visible from the southwest. So it is introducing. That's why there was a conclusion that it would be introducing effectively a new wind farm development in that part of southern Knapdale. But this, I think you can run a risk of taking, by looking at this particular section, you run a risk of taking it out of context. This was a review undertaken for the council. They had already objected to the Airy proposal, but they wanted a review because they had not undertaken a landscape and visual review. They were largely relying on SNH, as it were, at that time, on their response. So this was considering all the pros and cons, as it were, of that particular development, and weighing up the balance, looking at a whole range of impacts, and considering that, while accepting that all wind farm developments of that scale will have some significant effects. So it was a careful review weighing all the landscape and visual effects and coming to giving the council some advice on that.
At the back of the document, you go on to say, as a key concern is effects on APQ, this is right at the last page, I would recommend that a local landscape designation review is undertaken as soon as possible to strengthen the council's case if this proposal goes to appeal. This review could perhaps focus on the entire peninsula and Knapdale as a first stage. So in that context, you've given direct advice to the council on this issue. And effectively, we're here 2 years later with the same position of a lack of special qualities relative to these APQs, isn't it? You've identified the inherent weakness of everyone trying to deal with the situation without citation.
Yes, that's correct, and it's very frustrating. I'm a consultant. I can only advise the council. Obviously, it's up to them to decide how they proceed with my advice. But yes, I think it is unsatisfactory that there isn't, that they haven't undertaken a review of the local landscape designations that they have.
And if we carry on and look at CD very briefly, 15.30, which is the minister's decision.
Sorry, could you then, Mr. Innes, 16.30?
15.30. 15.
Right. Yes.
Now, as you narrated, at the time of you writing your report, you were effectively reflecting on objections that have been submitted by the council to this Section 36 application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Don't know what happened afterwards, but the objection seems to disappear. Is that correct?
Yes.
So whatever happens between the time that you were writing your report and the ministerial decision, the objection from Argyll and Bute Council appears to have been withdrawn. Is that correct?
Well, after I wrote my report, not during.
After. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So in terms of a decision-making process, this is the ministers having received copies of all the correspondence, and no doubt they probably got did they get a copy of your report?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So in terms of the ministerial decision-making, we see the conclusions are set out on page 19 of the document. And we see there in the second paragraph under landscape character, do see the Scottish ministers taking a formal decision, noting that SNH's view that the proposal development may be contrary to some of the guidance set out in the capacity study. However, with the study is generally acknowledged to be a material consideration, Scottish ministers also acknowledge that study is strategic in nature and a more detailed LVI of the specific process also requires to be considered by consultees and determining authorities when reaching a decision on acceptability or otherwise of the wind farm development. Do we see that? Almost paraphrasing the words that you'd used in your own report.
Exactly. Yes, I can see that now. Yeah.
So we then go on to the APQ. That's on page 20, and this is discussion of the Knapdale Melfort LPQ. And the Scottish Ministers note that the northern part has no visibility of proposed development. That given the title, it follows that those would include the availability of panoramic views. That's what Scottish ministers agree with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then we have the Scottish ministers noting SNH's comments, which appear to get quite a lot of profile in this, given that whatever they had submitted remained before the ministers. And we then identified that the Scottish ministers agree with the company's view that the proposed development will not affect panoramic views out from the APQ. The Scottish ministers agree there would be significant adverse impacts on views towards the APQ from areas mentioned in the above paragraph. Significant impacts would occur on a short section of the ferry route from the north end of Gia to West Loch Tarbert, just north of Luke Point, but such impacts would diminish with distance. Do we see that?
Sorry, I didn't realise you couldn't answer.
Yes, that they effectively such impacts are closely related to distance. Yeah. And do we see underneath the text that the West Coast Kintyre Coast APQ lies 6 kilometres to the south of the site and extends from Luke Point till Kilchenzie? Viewpoints 9 and 10 are within this APQ, and we see that Scottish note the proposed development affects views north towards West Loch Tarbert, but from the panoramic view available from Dunskeek, the proposal will be seen in a different direction from the focal feature of Jura and will be set back from West Loch Tarbert. That's their line.
Yes, yes.
And we'll obviously come and look at that this afternoon, but I just think it's important that we perhaps note that. Visual effects, Scottish ministers note the proposed development will be visible from the 83 and on the ferry and to Island Jura and Gia. And we see valued scenic route to run through West Kintyre APQ and Loch Fyne APQ. That's the 83 that they're discussing. Then they note SNH's summary, and then we come to essentially, as I see it, what the ministers are doing is summarising the SNH position and then setting out their conclusions arising from the points that have been raised. That looks to be the way in which this is being dealt with.
Yes, yes.
So again, the Scottish ministers note Dunskeek is a prominent small hill on the south side of West Loch Tarbert, noted to be frequented by occasional walkers and situated within the West Kintyre APQ, 360 degrees. Scottish ministers would agree with the LVA that at this viewpoint, the focal features of Jura and outward views to the sea are not affected, as these are in a different direction from the wind farm. You see that?
Yes.
So they've done their own assessment and reached their own conclusions in relation to viewpoint 9 and Dunskeek.
Yes, they have.
I'm just looking at time, and it's 12:15, which probably gives us another 45 minutes. I'm just thinking it's probably worth us taking a break till 20 past just now, because I think an hour and a half would have been a bit of a stretch for everyone to go. So let's do that. Let's come back at 20 past, please. Welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Yes, we're just, I think, waiting on Carol Anderson rejoining us visually. While we're waiting for that, we'll continue in a moment once Carol Anderson has rejoined us, and then we'll go until about 1-ish, and I'll take soundings about general progress probably around about that time, just to help us with where we think we are in the day. So we'll do that closer to 1. But Mr. Innes, back to you.
Yes, I think we were just discussing the findings of the Scottish ministers in relation to AIRI. And I mean, halfway down page 22, they agree with SNH and the LVIA that there'll be some significant benefit on the 3.9 Dunscaig Ronnachan and views from the Isle of Jura ferry. And further down, one of the comments they make is in respect to the A83, visibly the proposed development will be intermittent with many of the views hidden by roadside vegetation. So it would not be significant because of that aspect.
Oh, Ms. Anderson, I think you're on mute. We were seeing lips moving, but no noise. So if you want to start.
Okay, sorry. What I wanted to say is that in that paragraph concerning the A83, they're not actually saying that what they have actually said is that the effects would not be significant on those sections where the proposed development would be visible. They're not talking about the screen sections, they're talking about the more open sections where it would be visible. And certainly in my review of the AIRI proposal, I consider there wouldn't be significant effects on the A83 because it sits down in a depression and there's quite a lot of screening, and that combined with distance reduces its effects.
I mean, we've got visualizations from, I think it's some of our own viewpoints. I think it's night where we could see AIRI sitting behind Dunscaig. But I don't think I can agree with your construction of the sentence, Ms. Anderson. In respect of the A83, visibility of the proposed element would be intermittent, with many views hidden by roadside vegetation. Therefore, effects would not be significant on those sections where the proposed development would be visible in the A83. So it is actually relating the intermittence with the potential for significant effects, isn't it?
No, I'm not getting that, I'm afraid. I think it's relating, it's a little bit confusing. It's not talking about, doesn't seem to be talking about overall effects from the A83. It seems to be talking about there would not be significant effects on the sections where it would be visible. It's not taking into account it's saying that there's intermittent views, but it's not, doesn't seem to be taking that into account in stating whether they would be significant or not.
Can I put it to you another way? That effectively what the ministers have said is we understand this visibility in the 83. We've looked at it, and for what we can see, effectively it's intermittent, and therefore the sections over which you actually see area are short, and as a consequence, we take the view that combining the intermittency with the view that it's not significant.
No, I don't think they say that. I don't agree with you.
Well, that's a matter of construction, which we can obviously make submission on later. I now want to just keep going. Can we go on to document 1541, please?
I have that.
And you recall that we've had discussions about the APQ, and I have, obviously we have your position noted about assessing effects on APQ. In terms of the Upper Sonnachan Forest proposal, which this is the report from CD 1541, you appeared on behalf of both SNH and Argyll and Bute Council, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could ask you to look at paragraph 2.54 of the document on page 39, please.
I think in the electronic copy, 2.54 spills over onto electronic page 40. It was 2.54, Mr. Innes, was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, page 40, but it's paragraph.
Page 39 of the actual document.
Okay.
If you're, and it's paragraph 2.54.
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah.
Do we see, can we just take it quite shortly in terms of paragraph 2.54, please?
Yes.
I find
yes.
policy, and just to be clear, we're talking about Argyll and Bute Council is the planning authority for this area. It's the development plan, and we also see LDP ENV13 supplementary guidance as well, specific referenced at the bottom of the paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Do we see there that the reporter, supported by the Scottish ministers, ultimately finds that the policy concerning the impact on APQ requires an assessment against the entirety of the local designation and not constituent parts? Is that correct?
I can see that, yes.
And we see there that I consider that focusing on a specific location within an APQ as promoted by SNH and the council could refine the potential special qualities to that particular area without an appreciation of the special qualities of the full designation, albeit that a selected area may have a substantial contribution to the qualities of the overall APQ. Consequently, taking a narrow approach to defining the special qualities could lead to an outcome of greater impact from a proposal on a smaller area chosen. Do we see that?
I do see that.
And insofar as we're dealing with the same policy, the same supplementary guidance supported by the Scottish ministers, that effectively they specifically state that the approach that you've adopted in relation to your inquiry report to this application is simply wrong.
No, I don't agree with that. I think we're starting from a baseline where we don't have citations, we don't have specific areas for the APQs. That they are in very, they're categorised as very broad areas, dating from the Strathclyde Regional Council designation. Yes, I understand that the reporter concluded this for Upper Sonican. I don't think it necessarily applies to the Knapdale area. I think I have considered the key, what is likely to be the key special qualities likely to be affected within South Knapdale. And I think there's a degree of interpretation that's needed for the policies set out in ENV 13, I think, in the supplementary guidance that you mentioned. I would also note that the reporter in this instance, he made an assessment of the effects on the integrity of the APQ, which again is not a requirement of ENV 13 in the LDP, and it does not relate to local landscape designations within SPP. I think my approach for this proposal for Sheirdrim in respect of the APQ as being the right one, considering the information we have available on the APQ.
So the correct interpretation of planning policy and how it should be assessed varies from APQ to APQ.
No, I think there is no guidance, and I was very clear in saying there is no published guidance which relates to how you assess effects on a local landscape designation. I have made my best guess, which is based on a professional involvement in reviewing local landscape designations across Scotland and elsewhere, and looking at emerging policy and management for those designated landscapes. That's how I have come to my approach. And I think my approach takes it a step further than the applicant's landscape consultant's approach. At least I have attempted to define special landscape qualities, and I have taken cognizance of some of the draft guidance that relates to NSAs, considering special qualities, effects on special qualities in NSAs, that's been issued by Nature Scott.
Ms. Sanders, do you ever read the decisions of the cases that you've been involved in?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
If I could be blunt, I mean, the reporter's findings here are very clear, they're unambiguous, and they're supported by the Scottish ministers. It relates to the same policy that we're considering in the current inquiry, and your attempts to dance around the edge of the clear and unambiguous statements from the Scottish ministers, supported by the Scottish ministers, is just simply not credible, is it?
No, I don't agree. I think also the applicant seems to place great reliance on appeal decisions and taking those out of context as well. Upper Sonican, I obviously was dealt with that, was heavily involved with that. The reporter found in our favour. But you have to have been at that inquiry to really acknowledge or appreciate the information we had available on the APQ and the sort of difficulty of defining sort of study areas within it. It was a very large APQ area, and it had a very different character. You know, it varied so much in context and character that is why we took the decision to focus on a smaller area, a more defined area, which is largely accorded to the greatest sort of visibility in that upper Loch Oer area. I think it's an evolving assessment process. Considering local landscape designations, we're not helped by the absence of information within Argyll and Bute Council area for the APQs, and I stand by my approach.
Thank you. Can I ask you now to have document CD 1622 available, please? CD21 to start with, please.
Sorry, can you say
1621, CD 1621.
Did you say 1620?
1621.
Oh, 21, right, okay. 21, right, okay.
I've got the wrong reference. CD 16.19. That's the quality of my handwriting has let me down again.
Sorry, where I was listening then. Where are we? Where are we?
16.19. I misread the reference. So it's 16.19.
Is this the correspondence commissioning landscape architect 20th of November 2019 underscore 28th of November 2019? I think it commences with an email. The first page has an email dated 22 June 2020, 11:58:50. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It goes backwards in time. Is this correspondence you're familiar with, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, is that dated the 20th November 2019? Is that it? Which email are we focusing on?
Well, we'll talk about the one that you sent to Arlene Knox at 1734 to start with, please.
Okay.
Now, the context is set out in the earlier email of the afternoon about the potential instruction on this particular proposal. And your opening gambit is, "Oh no, Arlene, not yet another wind farm proposal on Kintyre, exclamation mark. I was on Rathlin Island last week and you can clearly see Tangy and Benturk wind farms from there." Now, on any view, that is a view that is prejudgment, isn't it?
No, I don't agree. It was indiscreet. It's a learning lesson for me. I should be a bit more careful when I compose my emails. I have a good relationship with Arlene Knox. We've worked together for many years. I know that she's completely snowed under. And at that time, she was particularly busy with lots of applications for wind farms. And it was really a response to that, just thinking about her workload.
But it goes on to say something more, doesn't it? It goes on to say, "I was on Rathlin Island," which I believe to be an island off the north coast of Northern Ireland. And you say last week, "You can clearly see Tangy and Benturk wind farms from there." Now, that also is pejorative and has a connotation, doesn't it?
No, it just says you can clearly see them from there. It was an observation. And I think that stems from that period I was reviewing the repowering proposal at Tangy. There were various sort of iterations of that. I was doing some field work in Northern Ireland, reviewing landscape designations, incidentally. And it was purely an observation. It doesn't say there would be significant effects arising from that visibility. All it says is you can see them from there. It was an observation and particularly of interest because we had been working together on Tangy.
So I take it that the fact that you could see them was directly related to the fact that this was, you can, it undoubtedly has a connotation that is negative, that you could see them as far as Rathlin Island. That's the connotation, isn't it?
Possibly, but I think it was just intriguing because I was also, if you look at the second paragraph, I was also thinking about viewpoints, assessment viewpoints, because I'd quickly reviewed the scoping report. And I just found it intriguing that usually when we look at viewpoints, we don't tend to select viewpoints in Northern Ireland, yet the distance is actually pretty close from places like Rathlin Island. So it was really, I found that interesting, and just popped that in the email as an observation.
For many people, if they express the view of, oh no, not another wind farm on Kintyre, that would preclude them from potentially participating in proceedings, whether it be people who have to act in an impartial way, that in itself would be a comment which would be construed as lacking partiality.
I don't understand why you would say preclude. It wouldn't preclude anybody. It's an observation. It was almost an expression of solidarity or sympathy, perhaps, you know, that for somebody else's workload. It was a personal comment. It probably shouldn't have been expressed in an email. And I think you're reading far too much into it.
Let's go on to 1621. I had a quick skim of your report and all seems fine. So glad that Historic Environment Scotland are objecting. Very unusual for them. That is not a comment that somebody who's impartial.
Well, that was post my review of Sheirdrim, I think. Yes, because it's May, isn't it? Let me just, yes, and you'll see that Arlene has responded similarly. It didn't influence my landscape and visual review of the proposal. Again, it was an observation.
It's a mindset, Ms. Anderson. It's a mindset of opposition to a proposal. That's what this discloses. It discloses, and you know, this isn't. I can look at it through, and if it was your application that was being considered by somebody who was supposed to be giving independent and impartial advice, would it not concern you that individual first expression, "Oh no, not another wind farm on Kintyre," followed up willfully, joyously celebrating the fact that another party had objected to the application? That is not the thought process of an independent and impartial professional.
I think you're seriously over-egging this. The second email, which was in May 2020, was after I had issued my review on Sheirdrim to the council. So it didn't prejudice my review or my recommendation to the council. I had already made that recommendation that I considered that they should object. I recommended they should object on landscape and visual grounds. It was merely an observation, because it is indeed unusual that Historic Environment Scotland would object to a wind farm proposal. I have certainly not been at an appeal where they have objected.
Can I ask you to look at another document, please, which is CD 15.63, please.
Sorry, CD
15.63. Have you got that? The Blair-Gower.
I do have that. I do have that.
Yeah, I just want to look at a couple of points, please. 6.6, page 6 of your report. Number effects on a rocky mosaic LCT. I've got it at 63. Is that the inquiry report, or have you got the decision letter?
I've got the inquiry report.
Right.
Which document do you want?
I want your inquiry report to start with.
That's it.
That's 63 as far as I've got it in my folder, but I had some murmurings that I may be entirely wrong, which is usually the case. So usually when I got a side whisper, I am in the wrong. So I just wanted to check that we were both on the same document. And if we could go to page 6, please, at 6.6. Now, it's the use of language. 6.6 at the bottom of the page, this is in the context of the another rocky mosaic in Garland Butte. What you say is at the bottom, the proposed development would dominate the scale of these settled loch shores and the narrow extent of the loch itself, which I consider in more detail below, and the magnitude of change would be high. But it's the language I'm particularly interested in. Your view is the proposed development would dominate the scale of these settled loch shores. Do we see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And do we see further down at paragraph 6.9? That again, you set out in more detail the effects of Loch Awe. The proposed development would appear to dominate the narrow extent of the middle section of Loch Awe and would intrude on the presently uncluttered steep wooded slopes and the craggy hilltops with the backdrop to Loch and contribute to its diverse character. So again, in terms of your assessment of this particular the effects on Loch Awe, you're again using the same language as you used for the LCT, isn't it? Correct?
Yes.
Now, can I ask you then to look at my stage whisper was absolutely right. It's my documents are out of kilter in my folder. 1563 is the determination. 1562 was indeed your report. So as per usual, I was entirely wrong. But we want to look at 1563, please.
I think the document that you've just taken us through, Mr. Innes, was down as 1563 within our electronic file system. It might be if we open 1562, then we will be finding the document you want to take us to.
Yes, I think the stage whisper is right. I think we've all got the documents the wrong way around, both electronically and in paper, which is challenging. But the document list tells me that the inquiry report was 1562. And the decision determination was 1563.
I have the letter open just now, and that is electronically it's under 1562. So thankfully they're next to each other at least, so we can differentiate between them. So that letter is dated 29th of October 2021. Would that be what you're wanting us to look at?
Do we see in that decision letter at page 15? The reporter said they're agreeing with the reporters that the reporter also concludes that although turbines will be a feature in some localized views, It is not a dominant one of such a scale or extent individual community to diminish the overall scenic quality of Lahore. So what we see is the reporter rejecting your use of the word dominant in that context, doesn't he?
She actually, it wasn't. Right. Can you take me to that paragraph again? Did you say page 14?
15.
Oh, 15. Oh, 15. And which paragraph?
We were at 15.
Sorry?
Paragraph, it's page 15, paragraph reporter's conclusions. The reporter also concludes that although turbines will feature in some localized views, it is not a dominant one or at such a scale or extent to individually or cumulative diminish the overall scale of the quality of Lahore. What the reporter found is that she rejected the line of argument that you said it was a dominant one.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Can we now look at CD 2.1.7? Now, this is your report to the council. And what I want to just look at is a couple of passages, please. We first of all have the effects on valued landscapes, please. And just in there that you're summarising the findings of your field assessment after instruction, and this is the report which influenced the council in their reason to object to this application. So let's just look at what is said in terms of it's broken down into two parts of the APQ, starting off with the Knapdale APQ. We see there the conclusion is the proposal would not be located in the APQ, but lie approximately 39.9 kilometres from the closest point of designated area. The wind farm would be a prominent feature seen across the relatively narrow and scenic West Loch Tarbuck. What we have is a prominent feature in that report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we see the visual effects further down, we've got intermittent effects from the BA824, which is in the APQ. And there will be also views from settlements and coastal footpaths north coast and for more informal walking area about Uppatrick. And then we see illustrates how the proposal will significantly extend the horizontal spread of turbines seen across the skyline, in addition to the Freesdale wind farm, that will be more prominent due to size and turns. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so that might be an appropriate point to break, and we can resume after.
Yes, very happy to break at that point. What's probably helpful just now is if we take soundings on progress and where people think they are, and perhaps it's most useful for me to start with you, Mr. Innes. I suppose, where you wanted to be by this stage, and how long do you envisage progressing into the afternoon? Where do you think you'll be?
It's very difficult to know. A lot of it's been the first half of the morning was slower than anticipated, and the second half was quicker than anticipated. So we're not far away from where I thought we would be. I've got a couple of bits, and then it's more picking out specific bits and pieces rather than be going through lots of documents. And I think with some of those, given that we've been through a lot of the visual material, but I still think I've probably got another couple of hours to go.
So that's presumably something that will take us to about 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Yes, and I think it will depend whether we have questions or not, and whether they're covered in the afternoon. And Mr. O'Carroll, obviously, I appreciate it's difficult for you to predict the length of time you would need for re-examination.
I can indicate at this stage that I don't think I'll be very long, and also, in fairness to the witness, I think I'd rather that she got away just as soon as possible, so I won't prolong her discomfort any longer than necessary. So I don't think I'll be very long at all. A few minutes, in fact, if anything.
Okay, that's helpful just now. I think well, we'll progress as we are. I think, but when we sit down again after lunch and then continue, we'll see where we're getting to. It sounds like one of those moments that we had last week where we might be in a position to get things wrapped up sometime between 4 and half 4, but of course that depends on progress. It's worth just understanding, are people able to stay after half 4 if that's something that we need to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's and Mrs. Pratt, are you able? I can't quite. Yep. So we have a degree of flexibility there. I think we're just going to have to keep tabs on this through the afternoon and work out exactly where we are. But that's helpful of everybody just now. So we're just before 1 o'clock, so a slightly early lunch. So let's come back at 2 p.m. please, and we'll carry on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Is that a yes? Yep. Okay. Fantastic. Lovely. Let's carry on then where we left off. Mr. Innes, over to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I ask you to jump straight back in, we had discussed obviously timings for this afternoon, and Mr. Innes had indicated he expected perhaps another 2 hours, and Mr. O'Carroll had given an indication of perhaps a few moments. We've checked here, and it's possible for us to go beyond 4, and I think everyone was indicating they'd quite like to try and get this done within the day. So I think we'll aim to do that, but we'll check on progress as we agreed throughout the day. So Mr. Innes, back to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. I mean, over lunch, I've had a review of where I was and how I was getting on, and provided that Mr. O'Carroll doesn't hold it against me that I haven't put everything to Miss Anderson, I think I could try and make it a bit shorter. That's what I've had a look at it, and there's certain points that we've already been through in other evidence, and I'm not certain that it's going to get any better the third time round. But I have sought to try and shorten it, reflective of what was said, and also recognising the definite desire to get this concluded this afternoon. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve, and we'll just try and carry on and see how we get on. But as I say, I'm now confident that I'll be within my timescale as set.
Good stuff. Okay.
Good stuff. Okay, thanks for that.
Ms. Anderson, can I ask you, we were at lunch, we'd looked at what had been said by the APQ effects in your report to the council, and I was just taking you to how that had translated itself into your inquiry report, which is CD 10.7, paragraph 6.6. and we see that the prominent from the report, from the previous report, has now got to dominant halfway through 6.6. We see the small scale character, the southern shores of West Loch Tarbert would be dominated by these large wind turbines, and it would also detract from the harmonious pattern of land cover and settlement as illustrated by viewpoint 8. So we see that different phraseology in terms of the effects on landscape character being set out in your inquiry report.
Ms. Anderson, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. This paragraph 6.6 of my inquiry report relates to the Rocky Mosaic LCT. I think you might have mentioned the APQ in your preamble. And if I compare that with the landscape effects that are in my landscape and visual review of February 2020, I don't say dominant there, I don't think. I cannot, I can't find it in relation to the Rocky Mosaic LCT.
Correct. But you're now saying it in your inquiry report.
Well, I think in my evidence in chief, I did explain that it is usual to provide more analysis and detail of effects in inquiry evidence, and that is an example of this. And in my view, it's no different to Kelly's approach in her inquiry report as opposed to the LVIA, and I did explain that to my evidence in chief.
When we read your general advice to councils, we should say that there should be caution attached because effectively it's likely that once you do more thought, you're going to change your position. Is that
No. Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry. My position hasn't changed, and I was very clear about this in my evidence in chief. I have not swithered in terms of my conclusions, in terms of the significance of effects, and that is what is important. The landscape and visual review is more summarized, and there is more detail in my landscape and visual inquiry report. But as I say, this is common practice.
But as far as these matters are concerned, the way you express effects are very important. I mean, there's a very big difference between the use of the word prominent and dominant. And I suggest that when you were doing this first time round, you got it right. They are indeed prominent on occasions where you can see it from those parts of West Loch Tarbert and the shores. But to describe it as dominant is simply wrong. But you've changed the language, not me.
Excuse me a minute. Sorry, apologies. I just had to go and switch off the phone. I'm not sure which part of the report you're talking about, because I thought you were talking about landscape effects, particularly because you took 6.6.
It's landscape effects. So that's where we were in both reports. But I think probably what, in terms of progress, I want to move on, please. And I just want to, if you could have CD 10.6C available.
Sorry, 10.6.
Yes.
See, I see.
Yeah.
I have that. I have that.
Yeah. And just to be clear, this is a ZTV, which has also got screening attached to it. That's your understanding, is that correct?
Yes.
Again, do you agree with Ms. Kelly Anderson that this is a useful tool to use in the field, and that you can verify it in part from work in the field?
You can to a degree, but I think particularly in this area, there's quite a lot of commercial afforestation, and that is subject to flux and change during rotation, felling and restocking. I would also note that a lot of the lochside vegetation is quite of a uniform age and in places moribund, and that could open up views very quickly in the near future. So it is useful, I agree, but it does have limitations.
I mean, as you pass through the BO824 and experience the lochside, what you do get is a fairly uniform character of this sort of scrub and trees is a very strong component, isn't it?
Along the loch edge, yes, and I have acknowledged that in my inquiry report.
What I just want to pick out is that we've got on this viewpoint, we've got a wire line from our Patrick House KA5.
Yes.
That's lodged as part of the inquiry documentation, and that effectively shows again some effectively the scheme at that stage is sitting behind Sheirdrim Hill and on a forested alignment, isn't it?
But still visible. And also I should note that Ard Patrick House is set back from the shore and from the footpath that runs along the shore in that area. And there will be views from the house, but also further to the southwest, where it is much more open in character.
I was just going to take you there. So we're agreed that our Patrick House is set up slightly higher, and from that you'll see slightly more turbines than if you were at the shoreline at a Patrick House, because as you're higher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Innes, I didn't say it was higher. I said it was set back from the shoreline. It may be slightly elevated from memory. I don't think it's very elevated.
And I think the purple patch that you're talking about is essentially one to the northeast of our patch, or north of the Patrick Point. Is that correct? That's that purple patch along the shoreline that you're talking about.
Sorry, are we talking in relation to the loch?
Yes.
Yes, and you're meaning that extending from the loch onto the shores of Ard Patrick Point?
Well, what we've got is we've got a viewpoint at a Patrick Point, so at house, and then you walk through a path along the shoreline, and then in terms of that path, if you're going to a Patrick Point, you go slightly inland is one route, and probably the main initial route to go to a Patrick Point. But there is also what might be described as a coastal walk as well.
There's a network of paths in there. They're informal paths, and I do state that in my inquiry report. But yes, you can hug the coast, you go past the little jetty, the little stone jetty, and you can keep going, and you can go further up as well.
And in terms of those paths, from your experience in going there, there is a very much a desire line to get to our Patrick Point, isn't there?
I would say that that's correct, yes. It's a destination, if you like, yes.
And from our Patrick Point, when you get to our Patrick Point and enjoy that viewpoint, the wind farm's in the completely opposite direction behind you and shielded, isn't it?
No, well, you have to turn the corner there. So when you're on the point, yes, you would be looking to the west towards Jura.
And that's really what's exceptionally special about Patrick Point, isn't it? It's that sense of arrival at that particular location and getting that fairly amazing view off to the west.
I would agree. It's a fantastic view, and I would agree that that is special. But I think no less special is the experience of walking along that coast to that point. It's all part of the experience. You're fairly contained because you're within the confines of the loch and the slopes, the wooded slopes, and more open slopes in this aspect. You're seeing Dunscaig. It's all part of the experience and the particular character of West Loch Tarbert.
Because I think we're agreed that there is a significant visual effect at that point.
Yes, yes.
And we're agreed that there are significant landscape effects in West Loch Tarbert, where it can be seen, where the turbines can be seen for a limited extent. Our disagreement is whether it extends out to viewpoint 9.
Sorry, viewpoint 9, yes, going into Knapdale. That is not Ardpatrick, in my opinion. Though maybe Mrs. Pratt would correct me on that, but that is more into Knapdale up to the northwest. So that's looking to Stornoway.
And that's that viewpoint 9 that we've discussed, and you've agreed that it's off the road. We agreed there's not a significant effect on the BO's 8024 as a route.
Overall. Yeah.
But there may be localised significant effect.
It's quite a long route. It goes right round Knapdale, so it's a long route.
And insofar as viewpoint 9 is concerned, the extent of visibility round there is limited in extent, isn't it?
It's fairly limited, and you can see from the ZTV that it is. It's sort of snatched views that you would get, and that has influenced my findings in terms of the significance effect on the route overall.
And when we're considering whether a landscape effect is significant, one of the factors we need to take into account is the extent over which that is experienced.
It is, but I think there are difficulties with doing that. And that is because you're taking it on the basis of a landscape character unit. And in this example, or this instance, for example, the rocky mosaic landscape character type is very extensive, both in the study area set for the wind farm, which I think is 40 kilometres or so, but also throughout Argyll and Bute. So it's quite difficult to make judgments on the basis of what proportion of that landscape character type would be affected.
Insofar as we're dealing with an indirect effect, that primarily relates to the visual nature of the landscape effects extending indirectly to the receiving landscape, aren't we?
No, definitely not. No, because that doesn't take into account perception. So perceptual qualities are an aspect of landscape character. That's very clear from guidance on landscape character assessment, and in GLVIA 3. There are aspects of character that can be indirectly affected by development in adjoining landscape character types.
And insofar as we're at, I think the distance is probably over 8 kilometres to viewpoint 9. The effects, those effects decrease over distance, don't they?
Generally, effects do decrease over over distance, but not always. I mean, it does depend on the nature of the view. And in this particular view, viewpoint 9, excuse me, it is the effect of the turbines on the key focus of the view. So it's the degree of intrusion seen in the backdrop to Loch Stornoway, that beautiful bay. So whereas they are fairly distant, you've also got to take into account the size of the turbines, which are larger than any in that study area, and their position. They appear to spill down the slopes which form the distant backdrop to that view. And that has influenced my finding on significance of effect. And
So views on
this
the
was
west.
explained in my inquiry.
There are also at viewpoint 9 for the context significant views southwards as well, aren't there?
Significant in what respect, Mr. Innes?
Being part of the component of what you're looking at is these large expansive outward views from to the south from that general area as well.
Sorry, to the south of the viewpoint 9?
Yes.
Right, down the entire peninsula, I think you're meaning.
Well, if I was taking it due south, perhaps, but southwest,
I
possibly
think
the
you are
better
meaning
orientation.
I think what you're meaning is over towards Jura, aren't you? In Isla.
Yes.
Yes, that's more west.
Yeah. And Gia as well to the south.
To a degree, but Gia is more subdued in landform, as you will know. So I think you mentioned the term significant in terms of the view. I think maybe you're meaning scenic, perhaps. Certainly the views out to the west are spectacular. I do agree. But actually, I would say that the view across Loch Stornoway is pretty special.
And insofar as those views to the south are concerned, they're large scale and expansive.
They are generally, you do get a bit of irregularity along the coast as you look down, because what you're seeing is the edge of the coast. That's where the eye is drawn, and it is more irregular because you've got smaller hills, and you've also got the more settled and more intricately patterned shores of the coastal edge in there. I think the other thing that's important about that view, that particular view, is existing wind farms are very, they do not have a strong influence on that view. So you're seeing Sheirdrim would introduce large infrastructure into that view, which does have a strong sense of being little modified, that landscape.
Turn up at viewpoint 9, please, on the ask you to look at the I'll just get your reference number. It's CD 1.9, which is the updated cumulative version, please.
Is it the visualization?
It's the CD 1.9, and I'll get the specific reference number. (13B), please. figure 7.29A.
Sorry, I have that.
Yeah. Now, obviously, it's a matter. I am not going to sit putting matters to you, but at 29A, we can see that the Freesdale turbines are sitting in part visible on the skyline to a third of the way across, and obviously it's it is a picture. And I think one of the things that always happens a bit, Miss Anderson, which you'll recognise, that in any photography, the existing wind farms tend to get somewhat blurred, and the best thing is to actually go and experience them, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
But precisely in that context, there is already, in the context of Freesdale, it sits on an open, bare skyline, doesn't it?
It does, it's more distant, and the turbines are significantly smaller, as you can see.
And in the context of the Sheirdrim proposals, can we agree that they would be proposed and located at and just above a significant tranche of commercial forestry?
Yes, they do straddle a bit of open area, open moorland, as well as the forestry.
But if we could go on to look at the photomontage is probably better, which is 29E, which is probably your next document in your list. But
Yes, I have that. Yes, I have that.
yeah, and from that we can see that there is a close association with the Sheirdrim proposal and very large-scale commercial forestry.
I wouldn't say that was very large-scale commercial forestry. It is more broken than that. It is not extensive in scale, but it is partly associated with that. But actually, you can see that the turbines in that photo montage are also located on the top of the hill, which has a Gaelic name, which I can't pronounce, I think, which is open moorland. So I think there is little difference with Freesdale.
But insofar as the turbines to the left, they are associated in the same general location as Freesdale, aren't they?
The turbines to the left? Well, no, they're in the same sector of the view, but I'm not sure that they are closely related as such. I mean, there's a very different sort of pattern going on there. For example, that translates into the appearance. I mean, the Freesdale turbines, as you can see, they're much smaller, but also quite a large vertical extent of the turbines are set behind the landform, whereas with the Sheirdrim turbines, they're much more exposed in terms of what you can see, the extent of what you can see, both vertically and horizontally in that view.
And if we come back to figure 7.29B.
Sorry,
29B, which is the
Yes.
second of the ones.
Yes, yes.
High Constellation is also going to be visible on the skyline slightly further to the south, isn't it? After effectively we get a view of Arran in the far distance, and just to the south of that view dissipating, that High Constellation, when it's constructed, will also be visible on that skyline, won't it?
That's true, but I think you need to take into account the context. This view is further round to the south, I think, sorry. So the high constellation and the Kua wind turbines, which are already visible, they are seen much more in the upland context. They're further, and they are set away from Loch Stornoway, which is the key focus in that viewpoint 9.
Because the key issue is when I flip the pages over and match them, which you can relatively easily do, what it does is it's squarely in that view across the Loch Stornoway. If I were looking down that view, because you can flip it over and match it, if you've got that's one of the joys of a paper copy. And what that means is that, you know, if you were scanning down Loch Stornoway, you'd look at the sandy beach and you'd come down, and the high constellation turbines sit above and behind on the skyline. Very clearly are going to be on that skyline, aren't they?
No, I don't agree. What you need to do, and I would just suggest to the reporters that you match the very faint profile of the North Arran Hills that you can see in the photo montage 7.29E with the hills also seen in the left of 7.29B. And my point is that the Sheirdrim proposal will be seen directly above the sandy beach and the shallow waters of the bay, which is the key attractor of that viewpoint. It's the key focus. The Kua and the high constellation developments are further over to the right of the view, and they do not sit above that beach and shallow bay, that inlet.
729B, can I just pick up one point with you? Dunskeag from this direction is not particularly prominent. Would you agree?
I do agree, it's hidden.
Yeah. And if we were playing Spot the Dunskeag, can we see that in terms of that wireline figure 7.29, I believe it to be just left of the high constellation turbines. Is that correct?
7.29, is that Mr. Innes?
Yes.
Yes, I think that is it.
Yeah, but pretty hard to find in the context where the vegetation around it, where it's seen.
Well, it's because you've got an intermediate peninsula. That's why the landforms in there, as well as the vegetation. And what you're not seeing is the steep sort of slopes that you get that directly abut West Loch Tarbert, because you're not seeing West Loch Tarbert or most of it in that view.
Can I now come to discuss the A8001, which is viewpoint 3. We're both agreed there's a significant effect on this route. Can we agree that both the existing and proposed turbines would all be contained in a 90-degree angle of view to the south of the road?
Can you take me to a figure, please?
So if you've got the same figure, I tend to probably the up-to-date cumulative figures, and I think I almost knocked our camera physics there, but we'll go to 1.9 point 97A to start with and then go on to 97B.
I'm looking at a hard copy, Mr. Innes. Do you have a figure number?
Yeah, well, what we'll do is we'll look at the context plan to start with, which is figure 7.23.
Yes, I have that.
So if we see the figure content, 7.23, and if we look there, it's broken down into four 90-degree quadrants, A, B, C, D.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to the next page, what we see is a 90-degree angle of view to the south of the viewpoint, which incorporates Escart, Freesdale and Sheirdrim Hill.
Yes, that's correct.
So, and we've also got, mustn't forget, the 275 upgrade as well.
Yes.
Which is running in the foreground, or will run in the foreground of this whole development, and in particular in this viewpoint. So in that context, what I'm putting to you is that within the cumulative situation, these turbines all fit within the 90-degree quadrant south of the viewpoint.
They do.
And insofar as we've been through the capacity study, the scheme does not interfere with views from Arran and Tregear, and it does not introduce the effect of being on the other side of the road.
Yes, that's been agreed.
So at best, there's going to be an intensification of this view relative to the baseline with the construction of the electricity cables. There will be a further intensification by Escart, and Sheirdrim will further add to that intensification. Is that correct?
I do acknowledge that in my inquiry report.
And so if I take the capacity studies concerns, locating further development in this angle of view does not hit your key concerns, does it?
It's not the key concerns from that particular route, the A8001, that's correct.
In terms of the 83, there's some three viewpoints that are on it. Can we agree that the effects of a traveller will depend on which direction you're travelling in relation to some of those viewpoints?
Yes, it will, but it affects both directions of travel.
And can we agree that viewpoints 2 and 4 represent glimpsed views on the A83?
I just need to remind myself which 1, 2 and 4 are. If you
That's
just,
the one north of Clachan and the one at White House. So have a look at the, the TV. We can.
So 4, I do accept that's fairly brief. 2, I don't think that is that brief. It's quite open and elevated, the A83 at that point. 8, you didn't ask me about. I think that is particularly severe.
We're coming. Don't worry, I won't be unfair. 2, we can sort of, if one goes there, we can see from the viewpoint that in fact the road's quite enclosed as one comes up out of Clachan, and effectively what viewpoint 2 does is it tries to take the viewpoint where it's opened up. It's definitely a visual receptor on the A83, as it were.
It the road rises, yes, out of Clachan up there, and that's when you get this view into the upland area, the Kintyre uplands. It is a relatively rare view into the uplands from that from the A83. It is fairly open up there until you approach the forestry and descend then towards Kennacraig.
And we can obviously look at the viewpoints, and the reporters could go and visit the particular locations. What I was doing was contrasting it with viewpoint 8, where effectively northbound, the traveller at the viewpoint which represents 8, for about 600 metres, will have a fairly open view of the turbine up the valley that is associated with Clachan.
That's correct. Viewpoint 8 is particularly severe. It is of a longer duration, much more open views, and the nature of the effect is has a high magnitude of change, in my view, and I have outlined this in my inquiry report. The reasons why I think that is the case. It's a particularly scenic view at that point.
Although the attraction of looking west might be even better.
You do get views towards Jura when you're traveling west, but I think if you're, yes, obviously, but you're not looking towards the wind farm then, are you? Because, it's when you're traveling east and you get into the confines of West Loch Tarbert. And I think it's that combination of really diverse loch fringes, Clachan sat down in a little dip with rolling hills around it, which is quite special.
And I think we're agreed on the settlement impacts. That's
Yes.
I just want to keep going. In terms of Loch Randolph, whilst you've got your hard copy, what I'm trying to do is to match my cross-examination to the fact that you've got a hard copy of the cumulative assessment. It's a lot quicker than going backwards and forwards. So if you give me 1 second, I'm going to get to the a viewpoint, and I just want to briefly go through things with you in relation to that. And I think it's viewpoint 12. So if we could perhaps very briefly look at CD 1.9.16b, B for Bravo. Now, in terms of looking at figure 732A to get the cumulative context to start with, in terms of what we see is furthest off to the left, sorry, that's the trouble of having such a long wire line or such visualization, you end up getting out of camera, but there we go. If we go off to the left, we've got Cur, and I think that is the darker turbines with the application scheme Narakan situated behind. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, it is. Narakan is behind.
And in terms of high constellation, is that a scheme that's consented?
It is. It is.
And what height are the turbines in relation at high constellation?
I think they're 149.9 meters.
Yeah. So within the Argyll context, that within that southern array, we'll have some turbines that look to be around the 100-meter mark and some up to the 149. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the Racken, are they 149s as well?
I can't recall, and actually I think there is a new application in for that particular scheme, which I'm not sure. I think they revised heights.
So as with all these things, giving weight to schemes of application, they could change.
Possibly. They could also change.
Indeed. But in terms of looking at it from this viewpoint, can you agree that collectively high constellation and Kura form a cluster?
Yes. Yes.
And if Narakan were built in that particular format, what it would do is slightly intensify that cluster.
Yes, it would.
And in terms of viewpoint 12, in relation to Freesdale, we already have turbines to the north, i.e. Freesdale sets the northern extent of this cluster.
Mm-hmm.
Escart consented to the south, is extending it to the south, and can we agree that Sheirdrim Hill essentially fills the gap between the two?
Yes. Yeah.
And again, has a character of having smaller turbines and larger turbines.
Yes, and different siting or different locations in association with landform and different spacings.
And when I look at the entire peninsula from this particular viewpoint, do we effectively see that it is a very long, flat peninsula structure with, and particularly in this one, that there is limited undulations, say from Freesdale southwards?
You mentioned flat, Mr. Inners, before. It is not flat. I have done extensive assessment work from Arran, looking at the whole of the entire peninsula. It may appear uniform when you look at it on a map, but actually from Arran, the west coast of Arran, there are distinct high points. It is lower in the northern extent in general, and the high points tend to be towards Ben and Turk. In this view, which you've asked me about, I wouldn't say it was flat. I would say it was subtle. It has subtle undulations. We're not talking the northern mountains of Arran here. It is fairly uniform, but there are distinct high points.
And Sheirdrim is not located on one of the high points. I would suggest to you that in the image here, the impression is that it gets higher as you go further south. Is that not right?
It's correct, it does get higher as you go to the south, but I think you're taking this slightly out of context, because I suspect that you are addressing my evidence in chief, and I still contend that that was comparing the views from the ferry. This, of course, is from Loch Ranza, so it's a land-based view and it's more distant. And the comments about the higher elevation of Sheirdrim was made in the context of Freesdale and Escart, and I stand by that. It is comparatively higher than those two schemes. My comments in my evidence in chief were not about the whole of the entire peninsula in relation to higher points.
So no, I'm quite happy with that. It wasn't the point I was getting at, but
Okay, sorry.
You clarified. As with we can see the ZTVs, etc., and the wirelines. As I move from east to west, effectively, because of landform, effectively the turbines drop down, and eventually, as I get closer to the peninsula, we lose visibility entirely. As one moves forward, there's a loss of visibility because of.
You have to be pretty. Yes, I do agree with that, and you can tell that with the ZTV. But you have to be pretty close to the Kintyre Peninsula, so you've still got a big open stretch of water that you're travelling on with the ferry, and particularly the Kilbrannan Sound is commonly used by other watercraft, so who will be more sort of mid-water. So it is a fairly consistent degree of visibility from the Sound.
And taking it back to that strategic point, which I think we have been discussing in the capacity study, that one of the facets of Kintyre Peninsula is that, and I think you made it the point in your response in the area decision, is that in part, wind farm development does characterise the peninsula.
Yes.
And insofar as what we're trying to do is, in this viewpoint, if we were to start infilling between Escart and High Constellation, I'm just dealing with a hypothetical here. I'm not, I know there are schemes, so I don't really want to go to discussing other people's schemes, because I know you'll feel very uncomfortable discussing other people's schemes when they may still be live or whatever. So I'm just looking theoretically, hypothetically, can we deal with it hypothetically, please? That if I introduce schemes between High Constellation and Escart and erode that gap, that what I begin to get is the effect that you derive from your capacity study, which is essentially that feeling of the whole peninsula being from start to finish covered in turbines.
Well, that's correct. That is quite an extensive area. And certainly from Arran, which of course is outside Argyll and Bute, but certainly from Arran, it would potentially lead to a very overbearing effect if those gaps were substantially filled. They wouldn't have to be completely filled, but if they were substantially filled, or if you got more numerous clusters still with space between them as well.
And I want to just very briefly discuss Dún Sciig, and I'll perhaps do it in a number of different ways, and I'm going to come and deal with something quite specific with you. Do you agree with me that as one travels down West Loch Tarbert from Kennaicraig, that effectively the first impression you get of Dún Sciig is that about a couple of kilometres south of Kennaicraig, you become aware of a landform that's slightly separated from the coast, and it almost has a fairly sort of unique shape.
Yeah, yes, I would agree with that.
And that effectively the experience of that is, as one gets closer to the entrance of Loch Tarbert, effectively you can look up and see that structure, and indeed we'll come and look at it in more detail. But that experience of going down West Loch Tarbet is of seeing something that's slightly almost separate, and that draws your perception and eye to it.
Yes, and you experience that travelling both into the loch and out of the loch.
I was going to come to that as well, because if I come south to, say, Gia, and again travel north from, I hate to describe seas, because we've got onto all sorts of trouble with trying to define seas. But what I mean by the Sound of Gia is the sea that's effectively between it and the mainland, if I could call it that. That's my definition. As one comes up from the south, do you also have that experience of, again, seeing a landform that slightly sticks out and is also quite prominent?
Yes, I think you do.
And if we wanted to pick that up, we could probably pick it up again looking at these viewpoints. If I look at viewpoint 15, I think is probably the best one to illustrate it. And that's at 1.9.19 E, probably.
Which figure number, Mr. Emmons?
Figure 7.35 E.
E, yeah.
And do we see above the blue lorry,
Mm-hmm.
Dunskeag?
Yes, it's just the tip of it.
But if we can imagine ourselves slightly inshore, in this coming northwards, effectively would have that very similar effect to the one that we've had coming down effectively at West Loch Tarbet and coming up and seeing that slightly set forward with its shape. Is that fair?
No, I don't think it is, because Ardminish is quite far to the south, and because of the perspective there, it gives an impression of a wider gap. If you're, because I think you're still talking about the ferry route to Isla, not the ferry on Gia. No, sorry.
I'm not looking at the ferry routes. I'm just looking at when I view it from the south.
From the south.
If you can imagine yourself in the Sound of Gia between the two, looking north, you can see, you see Dunskeag, correct?
Yes, correct.
And it's that shape that you can see from the south as well.
You can see it, and there are various high points and walking routes on Gia where you do see it from as well.
If we're about on the hour mark, and
Yes, I'm quite happy to take a pause now and come back in 5 minutes. Were you mid-flow, Mr. Innes, or are you content to pause?
about to head on a trip, so I thought better stop before we went on the trip.
Fair enough. That's perhaps wise in that case. Right, 14:57 is the time here, so let's come back at 3:05. Welcome back, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay, lovely. Good stuff. Let's continue. Mr. Innes, you were about to take us on a trip, I believe. So over to you.
Yes, unfortunately, Ms. Anderson's going to have to live it vicariously. So you referred to evidence that was led during the heritage session in cross-examination, but I want to refer you to a passage of evidence that was given in relation to examination of chief of Mr. Lewis. And I will read out verbatim what was said, and then I'm going to put a question to you. So I'll take it slowly. Question. You've referred to kinetic experience a few times in evidence. We've also heard yesterday about the intelligibility of the Sheirdrim monument. You heard my discussion with Chris Morley about whether you need to be able to see the monument in order to be able to understand it. I wonder if you could describe a journey from Kennaicraig out to viewpoint C, so as we have your kinetic experience and aren't just taking our fixed viewpoints. I understand your position is that the kinetic experience is important. Could you take us on that journey, including your description of your response to the position you heard yesterday regarding intelligibility? So that was the question that was put, and essentially the heritage witness was being asked to describe that kinetic experience. And I'll now give you what the witness, Mr. Lewis, responded with. If you're on a journey from Kennaicraig out to sea, you take as a proxy for the journey as being on the ferry. The ferry travels, it winds its way around the centre of Westlock Tarbert. This is a journey I've done many times over the last 30 years. As a visitor, you're potentially going out to Isla on holiday, for instance. You're out there on the deck, you're looking either side and working out what you can see. Shortly after you pass Dunmore Castle on the northern side, I happen to know it's got a couple of Iron Age forts surrounding it. You realise that you're heading towards the mouth of the loch, and there is a slightly odd-shaped hill that the ferry seems to be heading for as you head out. You pass our Patrick on the northern side. It's a fantastic house, and you might take a picture of it. You pass over to the other side of the ferry, you look up the hill, and you might see someone up there. Quite a few times I've been seeing people up there looking down, waving at the ferry. I've waved at the ferry myself. So you can just imagine it's a bit like the railway children. The people up on top of Dunskeag waving down at the ferry below. He carries on. You look around the hill. You see that there is a kind of rough band of stones that seem to encompass most of the hilltop. There is something bigger and stonier at its northern end, which at the first and most obvious bit, apart at the start of that journey, you may see someone standing on top of it. You kind of get the sense that you're being watched, particularly if there's someone up there. You pass its base. If on the ferry heading out towards Islay, the ferry turns and heads basically for the gap between Gear and Knapdale towards the side of Islay between Jura and Islay. You may look back astern to see that the wake of the boat is broadly aligned at Dunskeag. That potentially becomes clearer, particularly at low tide, as you see the shoaling at that point. And then he says, at that point, you're probably going to go inside for your Carmack and cheese. Now, in terms of what he has described, and we can all see it because we've got the pictures, I'm going to suggest to you that his kinetic experience that he describes, when he's actually talking about the relationship as Dunskeag, is precisely the area that you identified with me at the start of this cross-examination as to where you accept that there would be no significant effect.
I believe you're muted.
Can you repeat that about the significant effect? I thought you had said significant, not significant.
In your evidence in cross-examination at the outset, we went in some detail to understand where the significant effects were.
Yes.
It came down effectively where there was extensive visibility down Westlock Tarbert. The visibility then stops, and then it picks up again once you come out and round the corner, heading off out towards Gear. And what I'm suggesting to you is Mr. Lewis's kinetic experience almost completely matches the extent to which you say there isn't a significant effect.
No, no. I did not say that there was a gap in visibility. I said that there is a tailing off of visibility in respect of the numbers of turbines that are likely to be seen. That was it with reference to the ZTV. I think Mr. Lewis's account is not specific enough for me to gauge precisely where he's meaning that he gains this, what you call, kinetic experience from. It is at the mouth of the loch, which I think is about in the area of point C, but less so within the confines of the loch. I would assert that my view is that you do appreciate Dunskeag as you are on the ferry within the more narrow confines of the loch. It appears more prominent towards the mouth of the loch because that's where the steep slopes abut the loch edge. And that coincides with some of the greatest degree of visibility of the wind turbines.
And finally, at this particular juncture, what we had a discussion was at point C, when you're that far out at sea. Effectively, what people were saying is how they identified Dunskeag was because of effectively the differing colour of vegetation that surrounds it, and that was really what they were identifying at that distance. Do you agree with them?
No, I don't. I think I'd have to refresh my memory precisely where point C is, but it's between point C and point B. You still do, you're able to determine Dunskeag, and it is really the steepness and the sort of cragginess of the slopes that is really makes it stand out, in my opinion.
So can we be clear then that in terms of your view, once you cannot ascertain the steepness and the cragginess of the slopes, then the appreciation of Dunskeag, the landform, begins to reduce?
That's with distance, yes.
And in terms of your inquiry report, you make reference to the experience at Dunskeag itself as a separate experience. In terms of that experience, again, the starting point of the journey is heading out towards Dunskeag, and quite a lot of us have been both on and joined the journey at this inquiry. In terms of, there's a blind summit, and then you head further on, and then you climb up. Now, in terms of obviously the Scottish ministers are well aware because they've actually been there, or whoever represents them, because they've reached findings in relation to those matters. What I don't think there is disagreement about the effects, nor the fact that we're not in the main view at West Loch Tarbert, and nor are we in the view off to Jura, and nor are we in between the views.
I think you're muted again, Ms. Anderson. Do you want to go again?
That's fine. Sorry, and you're mentioning two key views, West Loch Tarbert and then towards Isla and Jura. Is that correct? I understand. The wind farm, and I have acknowledged this, the wind farm does not intrude directly on those views.
And I think, being fair, I think the view at West Loch Tarbert is probably the best view to appreciate West Loch Tarbert, isn't it?
It's pretty good, Yeah.
And your issue appears to be on the way back that you, having had that experience, the vast views out to Jura, views off to the south to Gia, views up Northwest Tarbert, you come off the hill and you're heading back, and for a period, the ZTV shows that you would see the turbines up to the east.
You'd see it constantly on your return trip because you'd be facing that way. But also people just don't, you know, they turn, the path twists slightly when it goes between the two walls as you're climbing up there. You would appreciate it when you're on your way up as well. It's the whole experience of visiting that place. I mean, it's very special. And I think it's that experience. Yes, it doesn't intrude on the key views from Dunskeag itself. But I think you can't take that in isolation. It is the experience, and it is a core path, and that increases its value in terms of the access to the hill.
And equally, if I come off away from Dunskeag, having gone up, which I think might be a common thing if you were doing the full experience, shall we say, I come along the core path, I go up to Dunskeag, enjoy the view, I might come back down the path again, because there isn't an obvious way that you would head off Dunskeag off to the west, is there?
It's very steep. It's very steep.
Yeah. It's very clear that you come back and then get onto the core path, and then there is a circular walk, isn't there?
Yes.
Have you been on the circular walk?
I have.
Yeah. And what time of year was that in?
That would have been in January, before I did my landscape and visual appraisal.
Have you done it in the summer?
No, I haven't. I mean, I have walked up on the core path up to Dunskeag in the summer many times, but not the complete circle.
And if you'd walked it in summer, you did get the slight impression that perhaps the core path wasn't that heavily used, in the sense that the path was not particularly well worn.
The path up to Dunskeag is fairly worn, and it is largely a track, but the complete route, I admit, is overgrown in places.
I certainly had, given the scale of the vegetation, certainly concerns that it was a bit like Tick Alley at times.
Yes, well, it's less, isn't it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Thank you. That concludes the cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. We have a couple of questions that I'm just going to run through. So let's just locate those. Can I ask you to just look for CD 10.7, so your report? Can I just take you to paragraph 6.5? I think if you've got an electronic version, that will be on page 9 of the electronic copy. I'm not quite sure whether that will differ in a paper copy. Have you been able to find that? Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, did you say it's paragraph 6.5?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And you appear to refer there to your judgment on the sensitivity of the rocky mosaic LCT to wind turbines of 149.9 meters high, and you conclude that the sensitivity is high. In a slightly earlier paragraph, in 6.3, so I think that might just be on the preceding page at the bottom. Within that paragraph, you talk about process differences between the LVIA and the capacity study. And I just wanted, I know you touched on this, it might have been during your evidence in chief this morning, so I'm happy for you to refer me to repeat things that you said there if necessary. I wanted to check which you're referring to in 6.5, which of the methodologies, just so that we're clear on that.
All right, 6.5, the methodology that I've used would be the one that's outlined in GLVIA 3 and also with further detail in my appendix B, I think it is. So it's using that methodology, not the methodology that was used in the capacity study.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Just to clarify that. Just bear with me. I'm reading through. You've answered a number of points throughout, so I'm trying to decide the ones that you haven't touched on. Could we now, in the same document, please move to paragraph 7.4? And I'll just find that myself as well. That's some way on in the document. Electronic page 17. Again, I'm not quite sure which page it will be on in paper copy. And there you appear to describe your thoughts on the cumulative effects of the proposal from the Kintyre Way, with reference also to Freesdale and Escart. I know you touched on this in the cross-examination with Mr. Innes from the perspective of Aaron. Would it be fair to say that at least some of the effects that you describe in paragraph 7.4 would occur anyway, even if the proposal were not to proceed, given the proximity of Freesdale and the proposed, the consented Escart to the Kintyre Way?
I think it might be useful to look at a plan, but yes, those effects, there is a significant effect already because of the Freesdale wind farm, which is operational, and the consented Escart wind farm will add to that. But this particular proposal, the Sheirdrim proposal, is much closer to the route, the Kintyre Way route, and the turbines are significantly larger than the other two developments, and that is why I consider that it would be a major contributor to sequential cumulative effects from that route, that recreational route. It should be said that also that is within the study area set for Sheirdrim. There are, in terms of the Kintyre Way, it's a long route, and there are other significant effects resulting from wind farm development in other sections of the route further south.
Thank you for that. Staying with the same document, but I think moving back up the document a little bit to paragraph 6.16, if we can just go there, please. This is on electronic page 12, if you're in a PDF. And in 6.16, you set out the factors that you consider form special qualities of the Knapdale APQ. And I know that Mr. Innes was taking you through some of this in his cross-examination. I was interested in some of the descriptions that you'd used. You particularly mention a sense of seclusion and a sense of naturalness and a rich cultural heritage. And I wondered if you could briefly tell us what you mean by each of those, and what it is about them that persuades you that those factors form the special qualities for this area, and particularly how they would be affected by the proposal.
Okay. I have done this in relation to the guidance on defining areas of local landscape areas, which is a document that's been produced by Nature Scot and Historic Environment Scotland, and I would just need to check the reference for you. Would it be useful, sir, to give you that reference?
That would be helpful, thank you, yes.
Might actually be in...
I realise it might be a task finding it, but yeah, I'm happy to be directed to it.
It might actually be in my inquiry report. I would have thought that I would have... Apologies, I will.
That's okay. Don't worry. Just take a moment. It's always worse when you feel like someone's looking at
Okay.
you when you're trying to find it.
Here we are. I have found it. It's a 2020 document issued in 2020, guidance on designating local landscape areas. And the local landscape areas are equivalent to the APQ, that sort of level. And that is at 16.17, CD 16.17.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I've taken account of that. I've also undertaken a number of reviews of local landscape designations for various local authorities. In terms of local landscape designations, there are a number of aspects now. They're not just about scenery. So the area of panoramic quality is a bit of a misnomer. And I think if there were to be a review, it would need to be more wide-reaching than that in terms of the qualities that would contribute to its designation. Scenic qualities are one thing, and they would form views, but also the character of those views, which is addressed in those bullet points in 6.16 of my inquiry report. But cultural heritage, recreational use, and the diversity of ecosystems, etc., nature conservation, they're all qualities that contribute to the designation of local landscape areas now in terms of current guidance. You specifically asked me about bullet point 2, the sense of seclusion and naturalness.
Yes.
I think that's evident from the fact that when you're on that Knapdale area, you've got single track roads, you haven't got an awful lot of traffic, you don't have much settlement, it's fairly sparse. So that all contributes to that sense of seclusion. It's set apart, really. It's not on a major highway, it's not busy it has no big centres of settlement. The naturalness, and I think Kelly Anderson, she articulated this well, but one of the aspects of naturalness is the vegetation cover in that area. It's very sort of roughly textured, small fields, little walled fields, lots of scrub, broadleaf woodland. But naturalness doesn't just stem from land cover components of the landscape. It's also relates to the extent of development you might see, built development and infrastructure. And there's very little built development within that APQ. There are there's no industry of note apart from farming, and it's quite low key in that way. So that gives that sense of naturalness and seclusion. The rich cultural heritage, that is also evident. I'm obviously not a specialist in terms of cultural heritage, though I have worked in the past with archaeologists on reviewing local landscape designations. Within the Knapdale area, it's very well known for its cultural heritage. And for a layperson as myself, these are visible monuments and features, small graveyards, for example, the stones at Kilberry, which are very well known, and various other features, historic buildings, etc. In that area, there's sort of upstanding monuments and built heritage that you can see. and that adds to the character of that APQ.
Thank you very much for that. That's helpful. Okay, I think that concludes the questions that I had. So I'm happy now, I think, to move on to Mr. O'Carroll to re-examine the witness. So Mr. O'Carroll, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I just have two short matters to deal with. Could I ask you to look at the Upper Sonican decision again, please? And I'm just about to give you the reference for that. That's CD 15.41. And you were asked to look in particular at paragraph 2.54 at page 39.
I'm there.
Thank you. Now at 2.53 of that document, 2.54 is what you were taken to, and that ends off with a reference to ENV 13, the supplementary guidance policy. But 2.53, the reporter at that stage says, in relation to the application of the policy concerning areas of panoramic quality, I consider that in the absence of any recorded special qualities, the pragmatic approach would be for the decision maker to determine the qualities and use those to assess any proposal, taking into account any impact upon those identified qualities and the integrity of the APQ. Now, of that, within that sentence, were there any parts of that that you recommended or urged upon the reporter?
Just a moment, sorry, Mr. O'Carroll. Mr. Innes, are you having trouble hearing this?
Well, there was a critical bit where Mr. Carroll cut out, and I was just
right.
wanting to make sure that I didn't miss anything. And you were just talking about the paragraph 2.53, and you just got to it, and then you made the point, and then it cut out. So I missed the major bit in the middle. So I'm sorry. I don't know if anybody else got cut off, but it just completely disappeared.
Fine, Mr. Innes, I don't think it really matters. At 2.53, I simply read out the paragraph, which obviously you can simply read now.
Okay, let's keep going.
Now, in relation to the approach taken by the reporter, was that an approach that you urged upon him?
Yes, it was, and it was the approach that was set out in my evidence to the inquiry.
And in terms of the overall decision which the reporter made in this regard when he refused Upper Sonican, what part did the consideration of the APQ play in that decision?
It was a key part of that decision.
And when you say a key part in that decision, a key part in what respect?
The effects of that particular proposal on some of the special qualities of the APQ in North Loch Awe influenced his decision.
And was it part of your, I wasn't present at that particular inquiry, but was it part of your evidence to describe to the reporter the special qualities which he took into account?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I'll move on to another matter with regard to your correspondence with Arlene Knox. and the comments that Mr. Innes took you to, and I don't need to go through those again. Perhaps it might be more helpful if I took you first to your inquiry report, please, at paragraph 6.4. And there were certain questions which appeared to cast doubt upon your impartiality and your objectivity in providing advice to Argyll and Bute Council. At 6.4 of your inquiry report, you make mention at the end of that paragraph that the council stance taken was to not object to wind farms such as Ben and Turk 1 to 3, Duker Hill, Poor, and High Constellation. Were these matters that you advised Argyll and Bute Council upon?
I didn't advise the council on Duker Hill or on Ben and Turk, or on Kerr actually. So it was really High Constellation that I advised them on.
And what was the nature of that advice?
The nature of that advice was recognition that there would be some significant adverse effects, but that considering the extent and severity of those effects, fairly limited extent, it should be said, and the nature of those effects, that I recommended that they didn't object on landscape and visual grounds.
Are there any other examples that you can tell the inquiry about whereby you might have objected on landscape and visual grounds, but you advised the council not to do so?
Well, that was the Airy wind farm. I advised them that I didn't think the case, whereas there would be significant landscape and visual effects, overall they were not so severe that I would advise objecting.
So when you are asked about a prospective wind farm on the Kintyre Peninsula by Argyll and Bute Council, or rather wind farms within its council area, what is the approach you take?
It's looking at each wind farm on a case-by-case basis, as you need to do. It's going out in the field to assess the effects, using the information within the environmental statement. And it's making a judgment, a professional judgment, on whether those effects are severe, sufficiently severe and extensive to merit an objection in landscape and visual terms.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I have no further questions in re-examination.
Thank you very much then. Well, that concludes inquiry section 1, covering landscape and visual, including cumulative effects. That is also our final session of this inquiry. There's a few matters that I need to go through before we formally close. What happens next? Well, over the next few weeks, there are a number of deadlines for participants, which I'll just run through now as a reminder. So should you wish, parties may submit any further written submissions on draft National Planning Framework 4, which is CD 7.16, no later than Tuesday, 7th of December 2021. And then subsequently, any comments you may have on other parties' further written representations on that matter should be received no later than Tuesday, 21st of December 2021. A closing statement for the Council and for West Kintyre Community Council should be submitted no later than the 22nd of December 2021. And the applicant's deadline for closing statement is Friday, 21st of January 2022. I need to remind you as well to please include in your closing statements summaries of case. Those are your opportunity to set out the case that you would like us to express on your behalf to Scottish ministers. It's your chance to say to them what that is. In previous discussions, such as after the pre-examination meeting, we had indicated that we would use your precognitions for that. There's a recognition, of course, that matters are conceded and sometimes changed during the course of the inquiry. So if you want to use that wording, that's fine. But if you want to alter that in your summary of case to reflect those changes, then that's something that you're free to do. Once we've received those, we will be in the process of preparing a report for Scottish ministers covering all of the matters that have been covered by both written submissions and the inquiry and hearing sessions that we've had over recent days. That will then be submitted to Scottish ministers for them to determine the application. I can't give you a timescale just now on either of those because, of course, we don't know how long it's going to take us to write the report. Before I move on to formally close the inquiry, are there any questions that anybody has before we formally close? Mrs. Pratt, are you signaling to me? I think you might be on mute.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's not really a question. It's something I thought might help with clarification from a question that was asked earlier on, and that was the Narracombe wind farm. The original application that's lodged is for 17 turbines, 180 metres tall, and the new application is down to 11 turbines of 180 metres tall, if this helps in any way.
Thank you for that. And I think, Mr. Innes, you had your hand up as well.
I was just before you closed, I was going to just formally on behalf of the applicants to thank both you and both for the way in which you conducted these proceedings. It's never easy to conduct virtual events, but I think from the start of the PEM and onwards, this has been a really an inquiry that's worked, and I think that doesn't happen without a lot of support back at the DPA. And I know how hard people have to work with documents and everything, and it is a lot of work, but it has worked. And also the technology, it may be the live stream has had a challenge, but that's not arising from the team at DPA, and I know that we've had every support we can get in terms of those technology aspects. So as I say, just on behalf of the applicants to thank you for that, and also the other participants who've shown extreme courtesy throughout the process, not just at the inquiry, but in the run-up to it. There has been positive exchanges and responses throughout, and I think it demonstrates how the process can work when people have a positive attitude to work together, and that's I include all parties in that in terms of the run-up to it, and it certainly has helped and reduced the workload and made life a lot easier, and we're very grateful for that.
Thank you. That's kind of you to say. And Mr. O'Carroll, you have your hand raised.
I'd like to echo those sentiments and also to thank you, sir, for the very good humour which you showed throughout these proceedings, and the way in which, the expeditious way in which everything has been conducted as well, and also to Ms. Hayward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Pratt, you wanted to say something else?
Obviously, I concur with everything that has been said.
That's very kind of everybody. Thank you. And it remains me also to thank all parties, and particularly Ms. Carol Anderson, who's appeared in the inquiry in difficult personal circumstances. So thank you very much. I'd like to wish everybody an early but very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Perhaps the first person to do that this year for you. So there we go. And I'll now formally close the inquiry. Thank you all very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir.